The evolution of modern practices has transformed the governance methods and its framework. To navigate this paradigm shift and promote sustainable development, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing its 4th International Conference on 3rd, 4th and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. Hosted by ICSI Overseas Centre Australia Incorporated. The conference will focus on the theme Embracing Innovation, Enhancing Good Governance. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
BoardPack is a secure online platform that digitizes the entire board management process, from company secretaries' preparation to board members, conducting the meeting and collaborating on board papers. Whether you're at office, at home, or on the go, BoardPack provides centralized access to all your board materials. Be a part of the award-winning board meeting automation solution that caters to Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 clientele globally. BoardPack is a secure online platform that digitizes the entire board management process, from company secretaries' preparation to board members, conducting the meeting and collaborating on board papers. Whether you're at office, at home, or on the go, BoardPack provides centralized access to all your board materials. Be a part of the award-winning board meeting automation solution that caters to Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 clientele globally. BoardPack is a secure online platform that digitizes the entire board management process, from company secretaries' preparation to board members, conducting the meeting and collaborating on board papers. Whether you're at office, at home, or on the go, BoardPack provides centralized access to all your board materials. Be a part of the award-winning board meeting automation solution that caters to Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 clientele globally.
The evolution of modern practices has transformed the governance methods and its framework. To navigate this paradigm shift and promote sustainable development, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing its 4th International Conference on 3rd, 4th and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. Hosted by ICSI Overseas Centre Australia Incorporated. The conference will focus on the theme Embracing Innovation, Enhancing Good Governance. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
World is looking at how best to streamline compliances, and most often big scandals and big things have come out for want of compliance, for want of matured compliance. And it is there that I think you have a very big role to play, more with ease of compliance being one of the norms. The greater simplicity that we can bring in into a system is where things work finer. So when norms and regulations are placed before for companies
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of our conference. We begin this morning with a very special segment, the open house session with the esteemed leadership of the Institute. This is a unique opportunity for all stakeholders to interact directly with the President, Vice President, former Presidents, and Council members of the ICSI. We look forward to open dialogue, shared insights, and your valuable suggestions that contribute to shaping the future of the profession. May I request our President, Vice President, and former Presidents and Council members to kindly come on the dais. I would also like to invite Secretary ICSI on the dais. Thank you, sir. Let us now begin this highly anticipated interaction.
Good morning. Good morning. I request all the friends sitting on the back side of this hall to kindly come forward and occupy the front row seats, please. The friends sitting on the back side of the hall, kindly come forward and occupy the front row seats. Thank you all. I most sincerely welcome all the distinguished delegates present over here on the second day of the 26th National PCS Conference being organized here at Guwahati this morning. And it's my proud privilege to welcome all the council colleagues present here on the dais, and I would like to introduce all of them. My immediate left is CS Pavanji Chandak, Vice President ICSI and Chairman of the Training and Educational Facilities Committee. He looks after all the matters pertaining to the student services, training department, academics and stores. A very important segment he has been handling. Next to Mr. Chandak is CS Manish Gupta, former President ICSI and Chairman of the CLGC Committee, Corporate Laws and Governance Committee, the committee which very passionately interacts with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Next to Mr. Gupta is CS Rupanjana De, Central Council member elected from the Eastern region, and she has been handling the International Affairs Committee as well as she the chairperson on the task force on the labor law. Next to her is CS Suresh Pandey, Central Council member elected from the North, chairman of the placement committee, and is also heading the task force on the IPR. Next to Mr. Pandey is CS Ashish Karodia, Central Council member elected from the Western region. He is the convener of the CCGRT Mumbai, and he is also heading the task force on internal audit. My extreme left is CS Dwarika Nath Chenur, chairman. He has been elected from the Southern region with the Central Council member, and he is the chairman of the Election Reforms Committee. My immediate right is CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI के सचिव महोदय हैं ये. Next to Mr. Ashish Mohan is CS B. Narasimhan, immediate former president, under whom I was trained as the vice president. I had a special privilege with him, and he is the chairman of the Financial Service Committee. Next to him is CS Praveen Soni, chairman of the PCS committee, elected as Central Council member from the Western region. Next to Mr. Soni is CS R. Venkatramana, Central Council member elected from the Southern region and chairman of the PRPC. And he is also the convener of the CCGRT Hyderabad. Next to Mr. Venkatramana is CS Rajesh Tarpara. He is the chairman of the PMQ committee, and he is the Central Council member elected from the Western region. My extreme right is CS Manoj Purve, Central Council member, chairman of the IT committee, and also he's heading the task force on direct taxes. So the course which was announced few days back, capacity building series on the direct taxes, he is the architect of that course, and that is being led by CS Rajesh Tarpara, chairman of the PMQ committee. So again, it's my proud privilege to welcome all the delegates present over here. This open session is very, very important because it provides an opportunity to interact with you all one-to-one. So the framework of this open house session would be that I'll be detailing out some of the initiative of the ICSI which has been taken during last 2.5 years, and then I'll take up the questions posed by you. One more thing I wanted to share with you that Mr. Sandeep Kejriwal, the chairman of the chapter development committee and also the program director of the conference, he had to leave for certain exigencies yesterday. There was some casualty in the family, so he couldn't make it. So thank you all for your patience. Now, I have been making this statement across various forums that who all are the important stakeholders for the ICSI to serve. And those stakeholders are primarily our members, students, employees, trade and industry, regulators, and government at large. So we are trying for the balanced growth of the institution over the period of time wherein none is left to be attended. There has been questions across various forums in the past that why student registration is not that way encouraging. So I would like to detail out all the measures taken by ICSI over the period of time. So when we took over as a council on 19th of January 2023, we felt that there had to be a collective growth in the profession spanning all the horizons. And then under the leadership of Mr. Manish Gupta, we decided that as a council as a whole, that if you want to make the world-class institution, you'll have to create world-class infrastructure. And a push was started, for the infrastructure across various regions. And I'm very happy to share with all of you, and we have been sharing this across various forums, that in 2023 itself, the premises for the Rajkot chapter, Coimbatore chapter were inaugurated. CCGRT Kolkata became functional on the 6th of December 2023. And you all will be happy to note that the CCGRT Kolkata is functioning at its full capacity. It's a lush green, sprawling campus. If you happen to visit to Kolkata, kindly make it a point to visit CCGRT Kolkata also and see the infrastructure over there. So over the period, we are trying to evolve CCGRT as a center wherein high-end corporate research are being undertaken, as well as we are able to provide good trainings to our students. I have noticed this fact that why IIMs and IITs are so popular. Number one, because of their, very good curriculum and the courses which they have designed. Secondly, they provide high-end trainings, particularly corporate trainings to all the stakeholders. So, after the advent of the inauguration of the CCGRT Kolkata, we decided that the CCGRT should be used as a medium wherein we not only provide high quality training to our students, but also we carry out very good training programs, particularly corporate development program for our members. And accordingly, leadership of Mr. Karodia at CCGRT Mumbai, and then under the leadership of Mr. Venkat Ramana at Hyderabad, and under leadership of Mr. Sandeep Kejriwal at Kolkata. All three CCGRTs are working in tandem, and they have devised very good programs on certain intervals to provide very good professional development programs to our members. The many are in the offing. In fact, I am the chairman of the CCGRT committee as the president ICSI, and recently we conducted one meeting at Delhi, and I have requested all the three honorable conveners to come up with very good comprehensive training programs for our residential training programs for our members for the next 3 months. So I'm sure they are working on that, and very soon you will listen over that. Then the fourth CCGIT in terms of the infra push is coming up at Maneshwar, Gurugram. I was the chairman of that infra committee for last 2 years. Now, since my engagement has increased manifold, so I have requested Manish Bhai to chair the infra committee of the CCGIT Maneshwar. Due to certain orders of the NGT and other problems that was not completed on time, though we are running behind the schedule, but that is going to be inaugurated max to max 2-3 months. So the fourth CCGIT would be operational at Maneshwar, Gurugram. With the inauguration of the CCGIT at the Maneshwar, Gurugram, the residential CLDP would be conducted only at the 4 CCGITs only. And all the presently the last leg of training, because many senior members are present over here, we used to attend SMTP, then it became MSOP. Nowadays it is CLDP, Corporate Leadership Development Program. It is in 2 parts. First part is online mode, second part is on the offline mode. Now the offline mode is conducted by different 3 CCGITs as well as regional council. Now the proposal is, which is council is yet to take up, that the online CLDP would be converted into the non-residential CLDP program for 15 days, and the 15 days mandatory program would be there in the residential mode only, and that would be conducted at the CCGITs only, 4 CCGIT. So with the inauguration of the Maneshwar CCGIT, that is going to be started. Then primarily with the infra push, we have also made it sure that not only the CCGIT regional council should be promoted, but there has been an equal focus on the chapters also. So under the leadership of Manish Bhai, in 2023, we acquired the property of the Lucknow chapter, chapter. We also set up committee for Gurugram chapter separately, Bareilly chapter, Jodhpur chapter, Agra chapter. Last year, under the leadership of Narasimhan Saab, the building of the Kochi chapter was inaugurated in last August. So the way proposals are coming before me, we are considering it before the council. We are carrying out a diligence exercise, and then as per the need of the hour, we are approving all the proposals. Now the another question is that when we are in the mission mode of creating good infrastructure, one more thing I wanted to highlight, we are also looking for the good property for the NIRC, Northern India Regional Council, because the property where it is located at the Prasad Nagar, that has become a very congested area due to heavy traffic. So we have been exploring the option that if you are able to find out some good property in Delhi or the NCR, we'd like to shift the activities of the NIRC there. The last to last year, I remember that when we were visiting then Secretary MCA, he was constantly guiding us, mentoring us that why don't we start a very good campus for the ICSI, wherein there should be integrated courses, very good auditorium programs, and there should be hostels for the students. And accordingly, last year only under the leadership of Narasimhan Saab, we had started exploring the properties for at Noida. We have not found it yet, but we are in the process of identifying good properties wherein we could integrate the workings of the ICSI headquarters, Noida, and if possible NIRC also. That is in the pipeline. Then the second focus is on the student registration. I had mentioned it yesterday also, because last year one of the regulator told Narasimhan Saab that with the 6.5% of the growth rate, which has been consistently in the Indian economy, the new projection is somewhere close to 7.04%. The kind of investment is bound to come, and the kind of trade and business are going to be set up. There would be additional requirement of 30,000 company secretaries by 2030, and then 1 lakh company secretary by 2047. when we see it as an institution, we find it that it's a huge task. Because so far as today is concerned, ICSI has been producing only somewhere close to 2,500, 3,000 company secretary. So if I multiply it during the last 5-6 years, it is not going to come to no 30,000. Then we cannot compromise with the passing of our result, because the quality has to be maintained at any cost. So to maintain that quality, we have calculated that we'll have to double up the registration to maintain that, achieve that target of 30,000. So particularly last year only, under the Kolkata Council, which was held on 5th and 6th of May, we very consciously decided that, and we analyzed this data. The data in the terms of student registration from the southern region is very much encouraging, followed by western region and the northern region. Then we decided that we have to focus more and more to attract more and more students from eastern region. And then we decided that we'll have to carry out a very concerted efforts in the state of Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, Jharkhand, and all the northeastern states. And in that connection only, to push it forward, to have a more vibrancy, to have more visibility, this PCS conference was organized here at Guwahati. And I'm sure the kind of engagement we have seen during last 2 days with the Office of the Governor, with the Office of the Honorable Members of the Parliament, and with the various other dignitaries, we are going to push it further. Then our focus is that the present students should get more and more support from the institute to evolve them as a aspiring company secretary, wherein they would be evolved as a very competent professional. So the focus is under the leadership of Mr. Pavanji Chandak, that they should get very good student support services from the ICSI, very good training opportunity. We have also devised training guidelines under the leadership of Manish Gupta in 2023. The focus was the trainees should get very good training across the corporates and the PCS, and the corporates and PCS should also get very good training. So the guidelines had been tweaked in a way that it's a win-win situation. Then in the council meeting of 28th March 2025, which was held at Indore, there was a widespread concern among the council members that the practicing company secretaries are not getting good number of training, and all the trainees are being absorbed or being recruited by corporates only. So we have tried to create a balance that the corporate should also get training and the supply of the trainees should also be more and more for the PCS. So we have tweaked the training guidelines wherein we have tried to supply more and more trainee to the PCS, wherein we have tried to maintain the balanced approach for the corporates also. Then with the increase in the registration number, that supply is bound to go more and more. So we are working on that. Then you might have remembered one of the statement of then Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chanchud Saab, wherein he said that there are 5 crore pending cases across the various courts in India. So arbitration is the need of the hour. And also the tribunal practice is going to increase in future in the huge manner. So it is our duty now that we should focus more and more on the capacity building of our students in a way that they should be future ready. And accordingly, in that series only, we launched capacity building series for the students, wherein we have identified 5-6 core areas wherein our students should be trained. Then we have also picked the TDOP guideline, 3 days orientation program, executive development program training module, and also the corporate leadership training module. We have also updated the library facility across all the chapters, regions, and CCDRT. That policy has been already framed, and we are supplying the good number books from the headquarters to all the chapters, regions, and the CCDRT. One more thing which I would like to share here, that after passing the CS exam and then after completing the CLDP, students used to wait for more than 30 days in some of the cases, in some cases less time also, to get the degree, membership. Now we have come up with a proposal that has been already in place now, that they will get the membership on the last day of the offline training only. That has been already introduced. Once they complete their MSOP, CLDP, they will get the degree then and there. All that, framework has been placed. Then there has been a question on the regular basis from all the stakeholders that the response mechanism of the ICSI had not been that much encouraging. So in the February itself, we launched QRRT, Quick Response and Resolution. That email has been circulated time and again to all the stakeholders, members and students. And we have come up with the service charter of the ICSI, wherein it has been mandated that these are the user departments, their phone number, their email ID and their details has been shared in the service charter, and it has been mandated that the day you write an email to the ICSI, if you write it before 5 p.m., you'll get the acknowledgement email on the same day itself. If you write after 5 p.m., you'll get the acknowledgement email next morning. And then the user department is bound to provide the solution of that query flag or concern raised within the next 5 days. So that has been captured in the service manual. In some of the cases, it is 15 days also, 10 days also, but there, wherein the more time is required to resolve that query, particularly in the cases of some transcripts which is required for admission into the foreign university. So these were some of the student initiative. I have been always making this statement that students are our future, members are our present. So we have to manage the present first to have a very good future. So there has been the equally focus on the members also. Though I have mentioned it across different forums, but for the sake of the repetition, I am once again mentioning here that on the 13th of Feb, when this income tax bill was introduced in the parliament, it was an eye-opener for all of us, wherein we didn't get the name of the company secretaries included in the definition of the accountant under the income tax bill 2025. The ICSI has been constantly engaging Ministry of Finance, CBDT and other authorities over the period of time. Desar Saab is present over here. In 2012, there was a very huge engagement by the ICSI with the Standing Committee on Finance to get the name of the CS included in the definition of the accountant. And accordingly, the direct tax code, which was introduced in the parliament by the then former finance minister Sri Pranab Mukherjee ji, the definition of accountant contained the name of the company secretary, the name of the cost and management accountant. And thereafter also, through various budget representation, budget memorandum, different engagements, the ICSI has been always emphasizing this fact that the company secretaries are capable of handling these assignments and our name should be there. But to our utter dismay and surprise, when this bill came up, it was introduced in the parliament, we are not there. And it was an eye-opener exercise for us. So we felt that there could be many chances wherein our competitors, the people who are not liking the profession of company secretary, they can play more and more obstacles for us in the future also. So starting 17th of Feb, I issued a press statement. I said that though we welcome income tax bill for simplification and the tax framework and structure, but at the same time it's a missed opportunity for Government of India by not including the name of company secretary in the definition of accountant. And I am of the firm belief, my council is of the firm belief that there is separate, we are having secretarial audit, the CA profession is having tax audit, the CMA profession is having cost audit. So if any new audit is coming to the fore, it should be distributed equally among all the three professions. It should not be given to only one profession. And to decrease the dominance on only one profession, it is equally important that the base of the pool of professionals must be increased. And accordingly, we started meeting various members of the select committee on the 17th itself. And till 16th of April, when we presented our views before the Honorable Select Committee, we had seen many of the select committee members, members of the standing committee on finance, members of the other parliament MPs from Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, and also 8 cabinet ministers. And many of them are agreeing to this fact that yes, if, if the government is eyeing for the inclusive growth and inclusive development of India, the profession of company secretary should be there. Having said that, it is equally important that we will be always eyeing for the new recognition to come to the profession. But where we are already strengthened, we should strengthen ourselves more and more. And in that series only, yesterday we launched the capacity building program for members. And the idea is that the domain, the area wherein the company secretaries are having an edge, thereat the ICSI should provide the capacity building program to their members, to its members, free of cost. And we have identified around 25 domains, 25 topics wherein we are going to provide capacity building programs to all our members free of cost. Likewise, we are going to provide all the capacity building series to our students free of cost. No credit hours, no certificates, no diploma, no degree. Purely capacity building exercise. ICSI is ready to invest a huge amount on its members to be the future ready. If someone wants certificate, diploma, degree, credit hours, that person has to come to the PMQ route. You'll have to pay the fees, you'll have to pass out the assessment test, you'll be having degree, diploma, certificates. Then under the leadership of Mr. Manish Gupta, every Wednesday we are conducting triple EV webinar, Master Knowledge Series. That is in the revised format, wherein we have been inviting very seasoned faculties. The faculties who are having very good exposure experience in terms of transactional advice. And the vacancies for the specialist cadre are notified by the scheduled banks or the private banks. Therein, in the essential qualification, the qualification of chartered accountancy, cost accountancy, LLB, and MBA finance is there, but they have left out the profession of company secretary. So me, Secretary Saab and Narasimhan Saab, we met IBA chief on 24th of Feb at Mumbai, and we requested them that we are equally capable of handling maths and it's the it should be. So we gave a very interpretation. Then of structure the need of ICSI. We feel that the idea that those forms to be rolled out in the month of July. We have been actively engaging with the MCA to make it more smoother, more peaceful, so that the lives of our company secretary remain, they don't go into any haphazard manner while filing all the forms. Manish Bhai is leading that committee and he has been doing excellent job. Tarpara ji has been managing all the UAT testing seminars primarily at Ahmedabad and Mumbai. Veta ji managed it very beautifully before yesterday at Hyderabad. So we are our toes, and while in the webinar, few days here, Dil Sasi ji, so that we are all there to in support of the MCA, but then it should be a very smooth transition. And what all efforts are needed to be taken, the MCA should come forward and those mechanisms should be in a place that our PCS don't suffer. In fact, few days back when I went to MCA along with my friends, I also requested very senior official that since you are going to launch the V3, all the annual filing in the V3, you have already made up your mind, it's fine, we support the initiative of the government, but at the same time, you should be also mentally prepared that if extension is required, it has to be given by the ministry. We support all the endeavors of PMO and Government of India, but at the same time, our life should be also very easy, very smoother. So that was all from my side. I tried to cover as much initiative as much possible in short span of time. That's issues which I would like to highlight. We are going for the inputting from the instruction. That is the need of the hour. And ICSI will be the first institution to do so. Anywhere, any voting, no postal ballot. No postal ballot from the next election. And first institution which would be conducting its elections with the help of the software with a single transferable vote. So that was all from my side. If you are having any question, 2-3 very polite requests. Kindly raise your hands, stand up, introduce yourself, and ask your question briefly without giving any long storage. So my very polite and humble request. I would like to answer all the queries. Yes. One initiative, one important development which I missed to share with you. That is also about the MDP. MDP has been it is being pushed by the PMO to be in the place, and accordingly the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has been very actively engaging with the ICAI, ICSI and ICMI. And we have held series of meetings. Our concern is very sincere and very focused. Manish Bhai is leading that project with the MCA, MDP. We have been always emphasizing with the ministry that we don't oppose the institutional mechanism of the MDP, but it should be a level playing field. It should be a level playing field. Will not allow anyone to utilize this mechanism for their benefit. Rather, it should be a level playing field for all the professions who come together in the form of MDP. So that has been our response. We are into the negotiation with the ministry. Till now, ours has been a measured response, and we will actively try to engage the ministry for our cause with all firmness, but in the polite way. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All the dignitaries of the rise. Myself, Nitin Agarwal from Siliguri chapter. So my question is that what I'm hearing we are going more towards beyond the Companies Act. It's a very privilege to hear all these things कि हम लोग टैक्स और इस सब में भी जाते हैं. माई क्वेश्चन इज दैट कि सर वी हैव इन डिफरेंट स्टेट्स इन द इंडिया, और हर स्टेट के अपने अपने लॉज है, बहुत सारे लॉज हैं, जहाँ पे हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी बात करूँ या फिर कहीं पे भी ऑल स्टेट्स में काफ़ी लॉज हैं जिसमें कि हमारे पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं है. वेयर वी कैन मेक अ लाइक अच्छा सेंट्रली हो, ICC हेडक्वार्टर्स हो या रीजनल लेवल पे ऐसी कमेटी बनाई जाए जहाँ पे कि लॉज के ऊपर काम किया जाए, स्टेट लॉज पे या लोकल लॉज के ऊपर, जो कि वो कमेटी जाके फिर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से बात करे और जहाँ पे CS प्रोफेसर को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले.
I appreciate your question. There has been, this agenda has been already on the cards. Very soon we will create a state specific task force to identify the local level opportunities to tap it for the company secretaries. We are already in advanced discussion at the headquarters.
Thank you, sir.
But we are in the favor of minimum government, maximum governance. तो हम ये दिल्ली से नहीं करेंगे, ये लोकल लेवल का चैप्टर ही करेगा.
Morning.
Yes.
I am Ghanshyam Jhala from Udaipur chapter.
जी झाला साहब बताइए.
Sir, I have a question actually. I have a request rather that company secretaries, after we become members, are we tracking the track record of the company secretaries? They are also trying to qualify otherwise like insolvency, mediation as independent directors. So is the company taking a stock of this position and taking care of, are they being employed properly? Is the talent utilized in the proper way, in the proper time? That is a request.
झाला साहब, कोई भी सरकार देश में इंडिविजुअल ट्रैकिंग नहीं कर पाएगी. अगर हम ऐसी उम्मीद भी लगा के बैठ रहे हैं तो संभवतः ये ऐसी उम्मीद है जिसमें देयर वुड बी ए रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ ह्यूज रिसोर्सेज विच इज नॉट एट आवर डिस्पोजल. हमारी कोशिश ये रहती है कि जो भी आज की तारीख में करने की आवश्यकता है अपने मेंबर के लिए, इन टर्म्स ऑफ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, इन टर्म्स ऑफ मोटिवेशन, इंस्पिरेशन, प्रोवाइडिंग ऑल द फैसिलिटीज, वी टेक ऑल दोज मेजर्स। अब किसी ने आईपी का एग्जाम पास कर लिया और वो काम नहीं कर रहा है, तो हम उसको कैसे आगे बढ़ाएंगे? तो हमारी कोशिश ये है कि इन टर्म्स ऑफ नॉलेज एनहेंसमेंट, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग सीरीज, इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिस्पॉन्स लेवल, ICSI शुड बी एट द फोर फ्रंट। आपको इक्विप करने का नॉलेज के टर्म्स में हमारी जिम्मेवारी है। अभी तक हमारे ऊपर ये बात आती रही है कि ICSI जो है मेंबर्स की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के लिए कोई काम नहीं करती। मैं उससे सहमत नहीं होता, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी हमारे पास PMQ कोर्स का मैकेनिज्म, ट्रिपल E का मैकेनिज्म हमारे पास था। लेकिन आपकी बात को आगे बढ़ाती हो, और मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि डेवलपमेंट इज ए डायनेमिक प्रोसेस, इट्स नॉट ए स्टेटिक प्रोसेस। आप एक मंजिल को पाते हैं, दूसरी मंजिल की अपेक्षा शुरू हो जाती है। तो कल हमने उस वाले को भी, आपकी जो शिकायतें हैं उसको दूर करने का प्रयास किया है। आपको जान के बहुत सुखद आश्चर्य होगा कि जो अभी हमने डायरेक्ट टैक्स कोड का कोर्स शुरू किया है 15 डेज का, वी हैव रिसीव्ड 7,000 रजिस्ट्रेशन टिल नाउ। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि डायरेक्ट टैक्स कोड में लोग पढ़ाई करने को तत्पर हैं, और हम भी चाहते हैं कि उनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो। माई एम इज कि समवेयर द मोर देन 15,000 रजिस्ट्रेशन शुड कम इन द डायरेक्ट टैक्स कोड, डायरेक्ट टैक्स क्रैश कोर्स। तो हमारी ये है। लेकिन हाँ, आपकी कोई समस्या है, किसी मेंबर की कोई समस्या है, चाहे वो RBO हो, चाहे वो इंसॉल्वेंसी प्रोफेशनल हो, चाहे वो कॉर्पोरेट्स में हो, अगर वो हमको बताएगा कि इफ ही इज फेसिंग एनी प्रॉब्लम, तो एज ए इंस्टीट्यूशन आई कैन गारंटी यू कि विल बी देयर टू सपोर्ट हिम इन ऑल ऑफ हिज एंडेवर्स। लेकिन उसको बताना पड़ेगा। और स्पेशलाइज जब हम ये रिन्यूअल करते हैं अपना मेंबरशिप का, उस समय हम स्पेशलाइजेशन कैप्चर करते हैं। लेकिन आपको ये भी जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि उस समय लोग इतनी जल्दी में होते हैं एकदम फॉर्म भरने की और पैसे देने की, तो स्पेशलाइजेशन जो है स्किप कर जाते हैं। तो हम तो चाहते हैं कि हमारे पास स्पेशलाइज चीज़ें आएँ और हम उनकी मदद करें।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
त्यागी साहब, आपके पास बाद में आऊँगा।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। आई एम विमान देवनाथ, PCS फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी सर।
जी विमान जी।
सर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट एंड थैंक दी एंटायर काउंसिल के जो पवन जी ने जो लाया है नया फ्री प्रोग्राम्स फॉर द मेंबर्स एंड द स्टूडेंट्स, रियली अप्रिशिएटिंग सर। सर, दूसरा मेरे का इसमें आई हैव सम सजेशंस ऑन दिस सर।
तो एक बार पवन जी के लिए तालियां बनती है ना?
डेफिनेटली सर,
हाँ,
डेफिनेटली।
जोरदार
आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन, यू दिस इज द आई हैव सीन द फर्स्ट टाइम हैज कम सच ए प्रोग्राम सर। आई रियली थैंक द एंटायर काउंसिल सर। दूसरा है सर, आई हैव सीन इन ऑल द बिजनेस हाउसेज एंड wherever that they have to sell their products, and as far I believe that I am also a product in somewhere in the market, so we have to sell ourselves sir. तो हमारे पास दो ही बिजनेस सोर्सेज है, आइदर द रेगुलेटर्स और द कॉर्पोरेट सर। सर, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट मेंबर्स के लिए बहुत कुछ करते हैं सर। कैन यू डू समथिंग एट चैप्टर लेवल, इफ यू कैन प्रोवाइड सम फंड टू ऑल द चैप्टर्स so that they do some programs year wise, bringing the regulators and the corporates and do some business promotion programs, so that sir at the chapter level we will get those business sir. आप लोग दिल्ली में हो, बट गुवाहाटी के चैप्टर में अगर आप कोई फंड दे देते हो कि आप 2 प्रोग्राम करो साल में, you bring all the regulators, technical support the institute can provide. अगर regulators और corporate houses आ जाएंगे तो we can also sell ourselves. We have the qualification, we have the quality, but we are unable to sell ourselves. So if that can be done, that will be a good addition sir.
So very good suggestion, I appreciate. तो संभवतः चैप्टर वाइज इस मैकेनिज्म को इस्टेब्लिश करने में हो सकता है टाइम ले, बट आपको ये जान के बहुत खुशी होगी कि वी हैव गिवन ए प्रोग्राम टू नाउ टू पटना एस्पिरेशनल ईस्ट करके, and thereat we are going to discuss all the FPOs issues, startup issues and agri-business issues. So I request all the members of the entire eastern region to join that aspirational east program at Patna, probably in the month of August. That approval is pending at my table. Once I am free from here, I will sanction that. Since you have been a leader in the profession, you are well aware of this fact that the ICSI has been supporting a lot to its chapters and regions in terms of many establishment expenses. तो वो हम करते आए हैं. We have a very robust mechanism in terms of infrastructure policy. and we have been doing it for the various years, and it will continue to do so in the future also. A specific fund allocate karna, I think that is for the council to decide, because as a president I cannot commit anything now. But yes, since you have raised this query, I'll place it before the council, and if the council takes it forward, we'll be happy to do so.
So we want it for the regulators and the corporates.
And one more thing, we have been already doing these NCLT conclave, Panchayati Raj we recently organized across all the chapters. Siliguri was also one among them to organize it. PCS Day, Corporate Governance Week, MSME in Startup week. So we will try to add more and more in times to come. We are committed for the development of the chapter.
Sir, what I have the information, sir. Guwahati chapters were asked to do the program at their own cost, and that is a major concern for us, sir. That is a major concern. Our institute chapter, hope you all have visited, the lift is not functioning sometimes because of the high electricity bill. So there are various issues.
Bimanji, not getting into the nitties and gritties of the thing, I gave a response.
So one more important information I want to share. The ministry is setting up the second IICA institute in Meghalaya with more than 500 crore investment. They have already got the plot and everything. So the institute can something on that line, because the Assam government, all the governments are very keen in providing land to every institute. The CA institute also got some land. So if you can approach to the government, I think the government will also support, sir. That's
okay, we will look into that. Anyone else? आपने निखिल जी पूछ लिया, अब आपकी बारी नहीं है.
Good morning, sirs and madam. My name is Bishal Agarwal, and I am the treasurer of the Guwahati Northeastern chapter of ICSI. Sir, I have 3 very small suggestions to make. Sir, the first suggestion is that the Guwahati Northeastern chapter, it caters to 8 Northeastern states. So by jurisdiction, this is the largest chapter in entire India. Sir, but the representation in the management committee, it is restricted only to the city of Guwahati because of the 30-kilometer jurisdiction limit. So sir, my suggestion is that for the northeastern region, so that we have representation from all the states, this criteria should be waived off, or some relaxation should be given, so that there is more representation of the entire northeastern region in the chapter.
Vishal ji, study itself, some honorable members from the Manipur approached me. I discussed this issue at the length, and as I made this statement from the dais, from the podium, that the ICSI is committed for taking off the growth trajectory of the profession in the northeast region. I stand as a president with that commitment. My council stands with that commitment to fulfill. But then mechanism had to work out. That how we are going to relax it, or we are going to add some facilitation center or contact center in the other northeastern state. That is for the council to decide. But yes, we agree in principle that all the 7 sister state and Assam and Sikkim has to be pushed forward for the growth of the profession of the company secretaries in terms of student registration at a rapid pace, and all those measures which are required to be taken, we will take it collectively in the council.
Sir, my second suggestion is in continuation to the first suggestion. Sir, our chapter
पहले में आंसर नहीं मिला आपको सभी प्रश्नों का?
सर मिल गया सर.
हाँ बताइए.
Sir, my second suggestion is, sir, our chapter is called the Guwahati chapter. So sir, because it represents
Northeastern chapter हो गया ना आपका?
Sir, Guwahati chapter नाम है.
अच्छा.
So sir, because it represents the entire northeastern region, so sir, the council may discuss if our chapter can be renamed as the northeastern chapter, so that it truly represents the entire region.
तो आप क्या वेट कर रहे थे कि जब ओपन हाउस करेंगे शुक्ला जी तो मैं बताऊंगा? आप चिट्ठी लिखो हमको, फिर हम उस पर विचार करेंगे.
Definitely sir, sir, I'll definitely write.
आप चिट्ठी लिखो भाई, हमको बताओ कि भाई ये करने की आवश्यकता है. 2 minds are always better than 1 mind. मिल के सोचेंगे तो बढ़िया सोचेंगे. बताइए.
Sir, and the last suggestion.
ये लास्ट है ना?
Yes sir.
हाँ.
सर जैसे कि सर ने मेंशन किया अभी कि अदर सिस्टर इंस्टीट्यूट्स को अभी वेरी रिसेंटली गवर्नमेंट ने लैंड ग्रांट किया है टू सेटअप ए सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इन गुवाहाटी. So, sir, similar representation if our council can also make to the government, then our government is very supportive and they are very supportive for the professional development of the region, sir.
ठीक है,
Yes.
we'll look into. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Namaskar. I am Pradeep Mahato, Company Secretary, and I am in employment. Hello, I am Pradeep Mahato, Company Secretary in employment, and I have almost 12 year.
थोड़ा सा इस लाइट को अलका जी डीम करवाएंगे? थोड़ा सा आगे आइए प्लीज। हाँ बताइए। हाँ बैठ के पूछिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
Sir, Namaskar. I am Pradeep Kumar Mahato, Company Secretary, and I am in employment almost 12 year हो गया है मुझे। और I have seen जो कंपनी में कॉर्पोरेट में जो बोर्ड लेवल पे मैनेजमेंट लेवल पे जो एमडी डायरेक्टर्स दे आर टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, जैसे आईआईएम से, आईआईटी से, ये लोग ये प्रोफेशनल से आते हैं और दे आर लुकिंग, मतलब वो लोग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी को एज अ कॉम्प्लाइंस ऑफिसर के तौर पे देखते हैं, मतलब एक बर्डन की तरह देखते हैं, एक एडवाइज़र की तरह, डिसीजन मेकर की तरह नहीं देखते। तो मेरा मानना है कि हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट को, जैसे हमारे बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है, ओखला है, नोएडा है, मानेसर है, यहाँ पे बहुत सारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर, मतलब प्राइवेट कंपनी है, जो लोगों को, बच्चे जो नए आते हैं उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट।
क्वेश्चन पे आइए, क्वेश्चन पे।
हाँ, मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि बच्चों को जो नए प्रोफेशनल्स आते हैं उनको एज अ बर्डन, मतलब उनको कंपनी में एज अ डिसीजन मेकर, मतलब ये कंपनी के लिए एसेट साबित होंगे, इस तरह का उनके पास, मतलब उनके पास इस तरह का प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट जो इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया है इंडिया के अंदर में, वहाँ पे जो कॉर्पोरेट से प्राइवेट सेक्टर के जितने या गवर्नमेंट के,
आपका प्रश्न समझ गया।
हाँ।
थोड़ा सा मुझे कट शॉर्ट करना पड़ेगा। प्लान बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज इंस्टीट्यूट बड़े अच्छे से करता है, इंडस्ट्री के साथ भी, ट्रेड के साथ भी, बिजनेस हाउसेस के साथ भी और रेगुलेटर्स के साथ भी। इंस्टीट्यूट को जो करना है वो इंस्टीट्यूट करता रहेगा, लेकिन मेंबर्स को भी बहुत कुछ करना है। क्या कारण है कि रिलायंस में, इन्फोसिस में और अन्य जो है बड़ी कंपनियां, वहाँ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी ने अपनी पोजीशनिंग के झंडे गाड़े हुए हैं और हमको जो है आज भी ये संघर्ष करना पड़ा। तो मैं ये कहता हूँ मेरे मित्र कि हमको अपनी भूमिका ऐसी तलाशनी है जहाँ अपने नॉलेज से, स्किल्स और हमारी एडवाइजरी से हमारी भूमिका सशक्त होती हो, मजबूत होती हो। मैंने अमिताभ बच्चन जी को एक जगह कहीं कहते सुना कि जो आदमी बहुत स्किल्ड नहीं है या जब जिसका बिहेवियरल स्किल बहुत बढ़िया नहीं है, ठीक है ना, वो शहद भी नहीं बेच पाएगा। और जो बहुत स्किल्ड है, जो बहुत अच्छा से बोलता है, बहुत अच्छे से रिप्रेजेंट करता है, वो अपनी निम्बोली भी बेच लेगा। समझ रहे हैं आप? तो मैं ये कहता हूं कि एज ए कंपनी सेक्रेटरी वी हैव टू इवॉल्व आवर सेल्फ इन ए वे वेयर इन थ्रू आवर नॉलेज, एक्सपीरियंस, एक्सपर्टीज वी हैव टू इम्प्रेस अपॉन द बोर्ड दिस इज द राइट वे ऑफ डूइंग द थिंग। यही काम विदुर जी भी करते थे ना हस्तिनापुर में, जब पूरी कुरी सभा में द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो रहा था, कोई बोलने को तैयार नहीं था, तो कौन खड़ा हुआ था? कौन खड़ा हुआ था?
कृष्णा थे,
विदुर खड़े हुए थे ना,
उन्होंने बोला, लेकिन वो भी तो बैठ ही गए।
खड़े हुए थे कि नहीं? बोला था कि नहीं कि ये गलत काम हो रहा है? और यही काम माल्यवंत ने रावण के सामने भी किया था कि मां सीता का जो हरण करके लेकर वो गलत किया है, लौटाओ। हम शांत रहते हैं कि 185 का ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहा है, गलत हो रहा है, और हम हामी भरते हैं। क्यों? आपको ये बताना पड़ेगा कि साहब दिस इज नॉट द वे ऑफ डूइंग द थिंग, दिस इज द राइट वे ऑफ डूइंग द थिंग। जिस दिन ट्रांजैक्शनल एडवाइजरी में कॉर्पोरेट स्टैटिस्ट के रूप में हमारी भूमिका हम समझना शुरू कर देंगे, आपकी भूमिका, आपकी पोजीशनिंग ऑटोमेटिक बढ़नी शुरू हो जाएगी। हम जाते हैं मिनिस्ट्री में, हमारे को भी मिनिस्ट्री कहती है कि साहब आपको ये नहीं करना, वो नहीं करना, आप ऐसे नहीं करें। मैं बड़ी तरीके से बता के आता हूँ, मैं कहता हूँ कि साहब मैं बहुत अदब से और विनम्रता से आपसे असहमत हो रहा हूँ। इंस्टीट्यूशनल ग्रोथ के लिए, प्रोफेशन के ग्रोथ के लिए ये हमारा राइट वे है। मैं आपके सामने प्रश्न रख के जा रहा हूँ, आप इस पे विचार करिए। आप समझ रहे हैं? तो प्रोफेशन सिर्फ काउंसिल का नहीं है, सिर्फ रीजनल काउंसिल और चैप्टर का नहीं है, हम सबका है, 73,500 का। हम सबको साथ मिलके प्रोफेशन को आगे बढ़ा के चलना पड़ेगा।
सर नमस्कार, मेरा नाम विवेक मिश्रा है। आई एम प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी।
तुम तो ऑलरेडी बेंगलोर में मेरे से बहुत सवाल पूछ चुके हो, कोलकाता यहाँ भी पूछ रहे हो।
छोटा सा निम्न है, दो क्वेश्चंस हैं, मैक्रो लेवल और माइक्रो लेवल दोनों हैं, बड़े शब्द का भी है, छोटा वाला भी है। ICSI हैज़ रिसेंटली कंडक्टेड वन सेमिनार इन दुबई। सो एज अ मेंबर हम लोग भी देखते हैं कि कई सर्विसेज ऐसे हैं जो हम यहाँ बैठे बैठे सिंगापुर, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, जहाँ जहाँ MOU है ICSI का, वहाँ हम लोग सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। कई लोगों को पता है, कई लोगों को नहीं पता है, लेकिन दोज हु आर वेरी मच इंटरेस्टेड दे आर डूइंग सो। मेरा सिर्फ एक अनुरोध है कि अगर हम लोग जो अभी दुबई में एक प्रोग्राम किए हैं उसमें इज़ देयर एनी फैसिलिटी या कोई एक तरीका है या कोई माध्यम है जिससे ICSI हम लोगों को इंडिया में बैठे हुए कुछ ऐसा प्रोग्राम, तो वैसे बहुत सारे इवेंट्स हो रहे हैं, बहुत सारे शेड्यूल्स लर्निंग भी हो रहे हैं, तो any CS who is sitting in India, is there any platform those we can interact to the government bodies? जैसे बहुत सारे लोग वहाँ से आते हैं क्वेश्चंस की दुबई का ये सारे काम कर दो, अगर कुछ हाईलाइट हो सके। एक चीज़ ये मैक्रो लेवल। माइक्रो लेवल का क्वेश्चन ये है, कल हमने सुना आपके शब्दावली से कि हमारे फॉर्म में स्मॉल कंपनीज के लिए फॉर्म 8A जो रूल नंबर 8 चेंज
कल नहीं बोला मैंने ये,
नहीं,
मैंने
अब
कल नहीं
small
बोला है,
अच्छा,
लेकिन मैंने बोला है कहीं
हाँ कहीं का शायद स्मॉल कंपनीज के लिए शायद अब एक प्रावधान आएगा कि हम लोग कंप्लायंस सर्टिफिकेट जो ऐसा हुआ करता था, कुछ ऐसा अनुमान है कि हो सकेगा, तो उसमें कुछ आप अगर
पहले प्रश्न का जवाब दे देता हूँ।
ठीक।
UAE बिजनेस मैनेजर इसलिए हमने लॉन्च किया है कि UAE में कंपनी सेक्रेटरी क्या वहाँ के लॉज के हिसाब से इंडिया में बैठ के क्या अच्छी बेटर सर्विसेज दे सकता है। आपको जानकर बड़ा सुखद आश्चर्य होगा विवेक भाई कि लगभग 1000 कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज गल्फ कंट्रीज में काम कर रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल से 350-400 तो दुबई और अबू धाबी में है। एंड देयर इज ए ह्यूज रिस्पॉन्स बाय देम फॉर देयर ट्रेड इन इंडस्ट्री, और ये वाइस वर्सा भी है। अभी हमने जितने प्रोग्राम वहाँ किए हैं, लास्ट ईयर अबू धाबी या इस साल दुबई, दोनों में मैं था, जो वहाँ गवर्नमेंट का फोकस है दैट इज प्रो CS, और हमारे लोग वहाँ बड़ी कंपनियों में बड़े रोल में हैं। अभी जो कल हमने ACPC वाला किया है MOU, सर्विसेज एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन काउंसिल, उनकी भी मदद लेंगे कि गल्फ कंट्रीज, यूरोपियन कंट्रीज, अमेरिकन कंट्रीज में हम अपनी सर्विसेज एज ए कंपनी सेक्रेटरी इंडिया में बैठे कैसे एक्सपोर्ट करें। दैट मैकेनिज्म इज ऑन, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा, देखते हैं कि उसको कैसे हम क्रिस्टलाइज करें। दूसरा आपने प्रश्न पूछा है 8A का। मांगने में हम कहीं कोई कमी नहीं करते, मैं आपको बताऊं, मांगते इतना है कि कई बार मिनिस्ट्री वाले लोग कहते हैं कि धनंजय जी जब भी आप आते हैं तो आपकी लिस्ट बड़ी लंबी चौड़ी होती है। तो मैं कहता हूं कि साहब मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूं ना इंस्टीट्यूट का, मुझे 76,500 मेंबर्स और 2.5 लाख स्टूडेंट के भविष्य की चिंता है, तो मैं कम क्यों मांगूं? ठीक है ना। तो 8A वाला जो MGT 8A वाली जो व्यवस्था है, वो मनीष भाई ने 2023 से ही उसको फ्लैग करना शुरू किया, और आप सभी इस बात से सहमत होंगे कि while devising the framework for MGT 8 and also for the small companies, I think it's a regulatory oversight. That is my personal assessment. कि जो पहले कंप्लायंस सर्टिफिकेट की व्यवस्था थी 2001 में, जो अरुण जेटली साहब के रिजीम में आया था, उसमें 25 पॉइंट की चेक 33 जो है चेक पॉइंट थे उसमें, और उसमें आप बड़ी डिटेल चेकिंग करते थे। somehow it was done away with the passing of the Companies Act 2013 and probably it was done in the name of ease of doing business. बट आज की डेट में आप देखेंगे कि बेशक कंपनी जो है स्मॉल कंपनीज है, बट उसका बिजनेस, उसकी एक्टिविटी ऐसी है कि दैट शुड बी ऑल्सो रेगुलेटेड। तो हमने उनको ये कहा है कि सिर्फ AOC 4 और MGT 7A के कंप्लायंस से जो है ना आप रेगुलेट नहीं कर पाएंगे। यू शुड प्रोवाइड ए मैकेनिज्म इन द सर्टिफिकेशन ऑफ MGT 8A जो हमारे प्रोफेशनल को मिले, और फिर उसका फॉर्मेट भी मनीष भाई ने डिवाइज करवा के दिया। वही फॉर्मेट हमने 24 में भी दिया है, सेम फॉर्मेट हमने 25 में भी दिया है, और हमने उनको ये कहा है कि आप इस पर विचार करिए। मुझे ध्यान है 28 मार्च 2025 की इंदौर काउंसिल थी, 2 ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी थे उसमें, और हमने उनको कहा कि सर इस बात को ध्यान में करिए कि कॉस्ट ऑफ नॉन कंप्लायंस इज मच बिगर देन द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंप्लायंस। आपको लग रहा है कि MGT 8A ना दे के संभवतः हम कहीं ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। एक्चुअली हमें ऐसा लगता है कि MGT 8 आ जाएगा तो बहुत अच्छे से कॉर्पोरेट ट्रांजैक्शन रेगुलेट हो पाएंगे स्मॉल कंपनी के केस में। अभी उस पर कोई बहुत प्रगति नहीं है, मैं आपको कोई झूठा दिलासा नहीं देना चाहता, लेकिन हमारा प्रयास जारी रहेगा। हम समझाने का काम करते रहेंगे मिनिस्ट्री को कि MGT 8A is the need of the hour for the small companies.
Hello.
Yes, Jain sir.
Sir, I am PC Jain from Faridabad.
Yes, sir.
I would like to draw attention of President as well as Manish Bhai also. This is regarding the current changes in the secretarial audit requirement. अब आपको जैसे सभी को मालूम है कि 5 साल का अपॉइंटमेंट इन लिस्टेड कंपनीज में कंपलसरी हो गया है। इससे एक क्वेश्चन निकल के आता है, जो अभी एक क्वेश्चन में आया कि हमको अपनी डिग्निटी, अपनी स्ट्रेंथ, मेंबर्स को अपनी क्वालिटी, इस पे ध्यान देना चाहिए जिससे कि प्रोफेशन आगे बढ़ सके। आई एग्री फुल्ली। बट साथ के साथ क्योंकि इस प्रोविज़न में ये भी है कि नाउ द प्रोफेशनल फीस हैज़ टू बी अप्रूव्ड बाय द शेयर होल्डर्स, इट विल कम इन द जनरल मीटिंग एंड AGM. So the institute can very well track the professional fees, who is charging, whether it is below the dignity, और काफ़ी कुछ अंडरकटिंग जो प्रैक्टिसेस हैं आपस में ही हमारी, जो अपने प्रोफेशन को डाउन कर रही है, कॉर्पोरेट में इमेज को ख़राब कर रही है। इन चीज़ों पे कंट्रोल करने के लिए ICSI कोई गाइडलाइंस लाएगी, उस गाइडलाइंस को कैसे मॉनिटर किया जाएगा, जो अब तक नहीं हो पाया है। पीछे भी कुछ गाइडलाइंस थी इसके बारे में, बट हो सकता है कुछ डाटा ना मिला हो या कोई ट्रैकिंग ना हुई हो, बट ये प्रैक्टिसेस मार्केट में हैं। माय सजेशन इज़ दैट because now the available data will be there from the shareholders resolution, उस पर थोड़ा सा मॉनिटरिंग ICSI करे और इस टाइप की प्रैक्टिसेस को कर्व करने के लिए स्टेप उठाए, जिससे कि
जैन साहब, मनीष जी के नेतृत्व में एक प्राइसिंग गाइडलाइन जो है ICSI ने ऑलरेडी डिवाइड की हुई है, लेकिन वो प्राइसिंग गाइडलाइन इट इज़ डिपेंडेंट अपॉन द नंबर ऑफ आवर्स इन्वॉल्व, नंबर द स्टैंडिंग ऑफ द पर्सन इन द इंडस्ट्री, और उस ऑडिट का या असाइनमेंट का साइज क्या है। हम किसी पर्टिकुलर फिगर पे प्राइसेस पे इसलिए नहीं जाते हैं कि मान लीजिए हमने कहा कि आपको उस पर्टिकुलर ऑडिट में 4 लाख रुपया लेना है, और PC जैन साहब की प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडिंग, नॉलेज और एक्सपर्टीज ऐसी है कि ही इज़ कैपेबल ऑफ चार्जिंग 15 लाख रुपये, तो हम आपको 4 लाख पे कैसे रेस्ट्रिक्ट कर दें? एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है ये, एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। दूसरी बात क्या है कि मैं आपकी बात सुनूंगा, दूसरी बात क्या है कि जो लोग इस काम को कर रहे हैं लेशर प्राइस पे, हम उनको टाइम एंड अगेन सेंसिटाइज करते हैं कि भैया अगर तुमने अपनी स्टैंडिंग ठीक से नहीं बनाई तो कॉरपोरेट्स में एज ए इन हाउस काउंसिल या एज ए प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी दोनों की स्थिति मजबूत नहीं होनी जा रही। और मैं कहता हूँ ये वैसे वर्षा है, PCS बहुत शानदार और एक्सेलेंट ऑडिट कैरी आउट करे, और इन हाउस जो काउंसिल वहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, वो PCS की मदद करे। जब तक ये हार्मनी आपस में नहीं बनेगी तब तक ऐसे सवाल आते रहेंगे। लेकिन आपको ये बात जान के बड़ा सुखद आश्चर्य होगा, और आप भी उसमें से एक हैं, कि ऐसे भी जो है प्रैक्टिसिंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरी मार्केट में हैं जो अपनी प्राइसेस पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं करते। कहते साहब ये मेरा प्राइस है, ये आप दोगे तो मैं आपकी ऑडिट करूँगा, आप नहीं दोगे ठीक है ना, तो हम नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन PSU के L1 का क्या होगा? आर वी इन ए पोजिशन टू रेगुलेट द पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस बोर्ड? आप मुझे बताइए, कैन वी से कि साहब आपको जो है आप अपने टेंडर जो है आप ऐसे नहीं निकाल सकते? ये कुछ बड़े सवाल हैं जिनका जवाब हमको एज ए प्रोफेशन, एज ए होल ढूंढना है। आज 76,500 लोग इस मुद्दे पे सहमत हो गए कि मुझे ये सर्विसेज इस प्राइस से कम पे नहीं देनी है, तो नहीं मिलेगी। लेकिन जैन साहब का काम उठाने के लिए कोई बगल वाला कहता है कि नहीं, अरे जैन साहब 5 लाख रुपए में कर रहे हैं, मैं तो 1 लाख रुपए में करके दे दूंगा, तो आप रोक देंगे? कॉमर्शियल प्रूडेंस ऑफ द बिजनेस कैन नॉट बी स्टॉप। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि हम सबको मिलके कलेक्टिवली ये जवाब ढूंढना है। और क्यों हम प्राइसिंग गाइडलाइन पे नहीं आ पा रहे हैं, मैंने आपको सबसे पहले उसका जवाब दिया कि अगर आप 10 लाख रुपया चार्ज करने में सक्षम है तो हम आपको 1 लाख रुपए पर रेस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कर पाए। होता क्या है ₹5,000 समथिंग का कुछ फीस था निसार साहब उस समय कॉर्पोरेट कंप्लायंस सर्टिफिकेट में। लोगों ने उसको बेंचमार्क बना लिया कि अरे आपके इंस्टीट्यूट ने बोला है, जबकि वो 5,000 मिनिमम था, वो मैक्सिमम में कन्वर्ट हो गया। तो ये कुछ सवाल हैं जिसके चलते हमने एक बेसिक प्राइसिंग गाइडलाइन लाने से अभी तक बचते रहे हैं। बताइए जैन साहब।
नहीं,
मैं जैन साहब के बाद एक क्वेश्चन और लूंगा, देन आई विल स्टॉप।
मैं पीएसयू के कनेक्शन में ही आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ। जो L1 है वो उनका प्रोसेस है, गवर्नमेंट गाइडलाइन से, सीबीसी गाइडलाइन।
सर वो बात मान ली, बट वो L1 में 40,000 में जब
बताता हूँ
ऑडिट हो रही इतनी बड़ी, तो हमें दुख होता है ना।
देखिए, पीएसयू में टेंडरिंग के अंदर दे गिव द बजट, वो कहते हैं हम 1 लाख देने को तैयार हैं, राइटिंग में लेते हैं, बट स्टिल persons are quoting 10,000, 15,000. Why they are charging below the budget? But when PSU is ready to giving the
on the lighter side, जो 4 केस हमको भेज दीजिए फॉर्म 1 में।
Good morning, President sir, and the entire council.
अच्छा, हमने एक गाइडलाइन निकाली है which I missed out to share, कि जिस टेंडर में प्राइसिंग का जिक्र नहीं है उसमें कंपनी सेक्रेटरी को पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करना है, और मिनिमम, और वो करेगा तो इट वुड बी ए प्रोफेशनल मिसकंडक्ट, उसको बुक करेंगे। तो 1 लाख लिखा तो 1 लाख मिनिमम दो। सर 2-4 केस भेजो ना हमारे को। आजा बैठिए जैन साहब।
सर if I may,
मैं जरा इनको सुन लेता हूँ, फिर आपके पास आपका वाला लास्ट क्वेश्चन लूंगा। भाई अब इतना समय नहीं है। आई ट्राई टू कवर एज मच एज पॉसिबल ड्यूरिंग माई इनिशियल एड्रेस मल्ली, 1-to-1 बात कर लूँगा।
आई एम CS धर्मेंद्र गणात्रा फ्रॉम राजकोट, गुजरात।
जी।
Happy PCS Day to all my professional brothers and sisters. In continuation with the point raised by Mr. Jain, as per Schedule 3, the disclosures criteria, particularly with regard to the payment made to the statutory auditors, audit fees and other payment, representation should be made to revise that Schedule 3 to include the payment made to the secretarial auditor also, so that it can be known to the previous, to the next company secretary who is going to charge the fees. Right?
मिनिस्ट्री को बोलते हैं एक बार कि डिस्क्लोजर मैंडेटरी करो, एक बार हम कह के देखते हैं, अगर हो गया तो आपको बता देंगे।
And my second point is regarding the due diligence report, which is mandated by the RBI for the companies who are enjoying the multiple banking facilities of ₹5 crore or more. Even though there is a specific reference that it can be given by the chartered accountant or by the company secretary, preferably by the company secretary, but it should be for the exclusive domain of the practicing company secretary, because most of the banks are giving this assignment to the chartered accountant, even though it is stated that it should be preferably by a PCS.
तो अभी हम 24 फरवरी को मिलने गए थे IBA में, हमारी वहाँ बहुत अच्छी मुरली भगत जी से बात हुई, और हमने उनको कहा है कि आइडियली इट शुड बी ओनली कंपनी सेक्रेटरी। हमने उनको डिटेल्ड समझाया। अभी हम प्राइमरीली उनके साथ संघर्ष कर रहे हैं कि कंपनी सेक्रेटरी क्वालिफिकेशन ऐड हो जाए फॉर ए स्पेशलाइज्ड कैडर ऑफ रिक्रूटमेंट इन बैंक्स, और वो इसलिए हम कर रहे हैं कि लगभग 10,000 के आसपास की रिक्रूटमेंट है स्पेशलाइज्ड कैडर में, फॉरेक्स, ट्रेजरी, कंप्लायंस मैनेजमेंट, जिसमें सिर्फ 3 प्रोफेशन शेयर कर रहे हैं। हमारा भी नाम आ जाएगा तो 1 पोस्ट शेयर हमारा आएगा। तो अब हमारे जो अभी न्यूली एनरोल्ड मेंबर्स हैं उनकी चिंता करना भी उतनी ही ज़रूरी है, इसलिए मैंने बार बार बोला कि हम बैलेंस ग्रोथ पे काम कर रहे हैं। आपका वाला भी मुद्दा लेंगे कि इट शुड बी एक्सक्लूसिवली फॉर द कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, मान गए तो हमें तो खुशी हो गया है इंस्टीट्यूशन। जी।
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I'll congratulate and say big thank you to entire Central Council for getting CS professional the recognition of appointment in AGM and for 5 years. You deserve a big applaud, and I think they deserve. We should give. We know all that it is being tried for years, but you people are there when it has happened, so you deserve that. And also, second, big thank you for making this electronic voting, because that itself also since long it is pending. So again, big thank you to entire Central Council.
अलका जी,
for
एक जरा चेयर लगवाइए मिश्रा सर की। अच्छा सर, कोई नहीं, ठीक है। यस।
As regards secretarial audit, which is now recognized and it's direct the kind of importance given, the importance and rights come with lot of duties and responsibility. So here yesterday also I raised the question that looking at the format and language, where we have to give compliance certificate even for sector specific law, and the comment on the necessary commensurate with the size and operation compliance system. I think the institute should give guidance or guidelines on that part particularly, so that will protect or give guidance to the members. That is.
So if you could kindly remember the secretarial audit manual launched by ICSI from time to time. ICSI has been publishing the list of sector specific laws in that manual, and then there is a communication from the council to all the members, if I correctly remember the date, 22nd of December 2014, when Mr. R. Sridharan was the president. That has been the collective decision of the council, that for the reporting under the penultimate para of the secretarial audit report, the emphasis had to be checking out of the compliances and then reporting on the system and processes for labor law, inter laws, and the competition act. So that has been already a mandate from the central council, and I don't see that resolution has been rescinded or
as regards other law, it's very clear. The language of the certificate is also very clear. But as regards sector specific law, it says compliance. We are certifying total compliance of sector specific law. I'm just emphasizing on that part.
तो एक बार रिविजिट करते हैं हम.
Yeah.
Well appreciated. ठीक है. लास्ट क्वेश्चन सर, इसके बाद मैं कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं ले पाऊंगा, मैं 1 to 1 बात करूंगा आपसे. मैं जो जवाब यहाँ से दूंगा वही जवाब आपको 1 to 1 में भी दूंगा. कोई जवाब के फॉर्मेट में बदलाव नहीं आएगा. Yes.
Good morning, President sir and the entire council. Myself, CS Kushal Bharat Bagadia, Company Secretary and Registered Valuer from Guwahati. Sir, 2 points with regard to which I will like to give my suggestion, and it is for the council.
थोड़ा सा माइक को दूर करिए, हल्का सा. जी.
Fine, sir. Sir, as a registered valuer, CA Institute का भी RVO है. We also have an RVO. As a registered valuer, whenever I need to research anything or study any particular point, CA Institute RVO has released more than 20 research papers, whereas our RVO does not have a single one. So I find it very convenient, and whenever I face any problem, I find it there. That is the point from where my suggestion comes. And second point is that as a member from the chapter, not being in the committee, so the only part where I get to participate with the institute is attending of study circle meetings and participation in the capacity building programs by the institute. So my suggestion is, sir, that at the chapter level, if we can have various research papers, which we at the chapter level will make and forward it to the region, and then compile it and forward to the institute, so that at the chapter level, we will, the group of members, say for example, we have 4 topics and 5 members. We have a lot of members.
So, got your question.
The suggestion, sir, that at chapter level we frame research papers and forward it to the institute. We'll have a lot of documents to refer for.
Well taken, sir. So here itself, I am requesting my council colleague, Mr. Venkat Ramna, who is the chairman of the PRPC, Professional Research and Publication Committee. Venkat Ramna जी, एक रिसर्च का यहाँ पे भी करवा दीजिए गुवाहाटी के मेंबर के बीच में, ठीक है ना? तो लोकली वो लोग बैठ लेंगे, सारे लोग कमेटी के लोग, उनको भी बुलाइएगा, एक कम्युनिकेशन चला जाएगा, एंड द टॉपिक्स विच दे आर आइडेंटिफाइंग अपॉन दैट द रिसर्च शुड बी कैरीड आउट, वो करा लीजिएगा आप, ठीक है? तो दूसरा वाला तो मैंने अभी बोल दिया पीआरपीसी में. पहले वाले पे थोड़ा सा हमने अपने अप्रोच में मित्र बदलाव किया है. एक्स ये काम कर रहा है इसलिए हमको ऐसा करना है, हम थोड़ा सा उस नोशन में आज की डेट में भरोसा नहीं कर रहे. हमको जो आज की डेट में करने की आवश्यकता है उसको जरूर करेंगे. तो आपको कहीं से भी लग रहा है कि आरबीओ का जो रिसर्च मैकेनिज्म है उसको हमको स्ट्रेंथन करने की जरूरत है, तो करेंगे. वेल टेकन. ठीक है सर, उसको मैं रिविजिट करवा लेता हूँ.
सर, फ्रॉम द रिसेंट the books and release publications which were released, that is really commendable on the topics which I have gone through.
आप आईसीएसआई की बात कर रहे हैं?
आईसीएसआई की सर, आईसीएसआई की.
Just मेरा सारा फोकस आज आईसीएसआई पे भी है.
That is really commendable, sir. Just the thing I want to point out is, sir, कि research papers अगर strong हो गए, and what I want is at institute, at head office level, definitely sir, you are working very hard. The entire council is working very hard.
सर हमारे
But
पास
at-
कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है ना.
Obviously sir. But sir, मेरा point है कि sir, at chapter levels there are very great minds, senior members having lots and lots of knowledge in their areas. So chapter level के minds को अगर हम लोग group pull up करके अगर वैसा कुछ research papers के through या और any other mode which the council based on discussions.
सर ये रिसर्च वाला तो मैंने अभी बोल दिया है. लोहित जी हैं. एक जो है रिसर्च यहाँ पे कनक्लेव करवाइए और वेंकट रमना जी को मैंने ऑलरेडी निवेदन किया है और पहला वाला भी मैंने उसको हम देख लेंगे. और आपके कॉम्प्लीमेंट के लिए धन्यवाद. हमको अभी तक यही महसूस होता रहा है कि काउंसिल का जो काम है ना, थैंकलेस काम है. जो हम अच्छा करते हैं ना उस पर हमारे पास एक भी ग्रेटिट्यूड नहीं आता, लेकिन एक काम अगर हमसे गलत हो जाए या ओवरसाइट हो जाए तो गालियां बहुत पड़ती है. तो आपने आज कॉम्प्लीमेंट दिया है,
Sir,
तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ.
Sir, I'll add on. In the last couple of years, I have in my office many books of CS Institute publications which are not available of other publication houses.
और मैं
Just for example, sir, the producer company.
और
book.
मैं आपको इस बात को के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूँ पूरे अपने मेंबर जहाँ पे मौजूद हैं कि जो मेरी ये काउंसिल है, हमारी ये काउंसिल है 15 लोगों की और 5 जो हमारे गवर्नमेंट नॉमिनी, हमारे मिश्रा सर बैठे हैं, हमारे गाइड हैं, मेंटोर हैं. दिस काउंसिल इज वर्किंग रियली हार्ड और हमारी कोशिश ये है कि ब्रांड इक्विटी ऑफ द प्रोफेशन बहुत आगे बढ़े, हमारा स्टूडेंट बहुत अच्छे से इवॉल्व हो, मेंबर्स की स्थिति मजबूत हो और ICSI का परचम जो है ना, न केवल भारत में बल्कि पूरे विश्व में लहराए. तो कल जो माननीय गवर्नर साहब ने कहा था, उसी बात पे आज भी मैं ये बात खत्म कर रहा हूँ कि तेरा वैभव अमर रहे माँ, हम दिन चार रहने रहे. हमारी उपस्थिति से फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बट ICSI का जो परचम है वो लहराते रहना चाहिए. We are second to none. Thank you all. Thanks for your patient hearing. अच्छा, 30 जून मेंबरशिप की लास्ट डेट है और CPE की भी, तो आप थोड़ा सा ध्यान कर लीजिएगा.
Thank you to our respected president. Thank you to our respected president, vice president, former presidents, and council members for engaging so meaningfully with the participants and addressing their queries with such candor and clarity. Your leadership continues to inspire confidence and commitment across the professional community. After the photo session, very shortly, we will be starting our next technical session, that is technical session.
EIRC and Guwahati chapter, please come on the stage.
on 3rd, 4th and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. Hosted by ICSI Overseas Centre Australia Incorporated. The conference will focus on the theme Embracing Innovation, Enhancing Good Governance. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
Company Secretaries of India's certificate course on UAE Business Manager, designed to provide a competitive edge. The course aims to enhance leadership skills and global perspective of aspiring professionals. Apply now and gain strategic insight to lead in one of the fastest growing business environments. For details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
India's trade and commerce to set the sail for success in maritime law and shipping management. The Institute of Company Secretaries of India has collaborated with Gujarat Maritime University to bring out a full-time integrated MBA in maritime regulations and compliance management. Designed to provide a hands-on exposure and enhance the employability of ICSI students. The program will integrate CS curriculum with maritime laws and regulatory practices. Register before 31st of May 2025 and seize the opportunity to start your professional journey in one of the most promising sectors. For details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
BoardPack is a secure online platform that digitizes the entire board management process, from company secretaries' preparation to board meetings, conducting the meeting and collaborating on board paper. Whether you're in office, at home, or on the go, BoardPack provides centralized access to all your board materials. Be a part of the award-winning board meeting automation solution that caters to Fortune 500 and Forbes 2000 clientele globally.
transform the governance methods and its framework. To navigate this paradigm shift and promote sustainable development, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is organizing its 4th International Conference on 3rd, 4th and September 5th, 2025 in Sydney, Australia. Hosted by ICSI Overseas Centre Australia Incorporated. The conference will focus on the theme Embracing Innovation, Enhancing Good Governance. Join in for 3 days of insightful learning, networking and resource enhancement. For more details, log on to www.icsi.edu.
ग्रोथ जहां पर पहुंचा है उसमें कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। क्योंकि किसी भी देश का विकास एक मजबूत कॉरपोरेट गवर्नेंस के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बगैर हो ही नहीं सकता। कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था पर भरोसा होता है। कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब व्यवस्था की पारदर्शिता पर भरोसा होता है, और कोई इन्वेस्ट तभी करता है जब गवर्नेंस की खराई पर, गवर्नेंस की प्रॉम्प्टनेस पर भरोसा होता है।
We are starting our third technical session. So as I said earlier, today's session will take us through the core principle, practical applications and professional potential of ADR in the corporate and commercial ecosystem. To guide us through this insightful journey, we are joined by an esteemed panel of experts who bring a wealth of experience and vision in the field of dispute resolution. May I now invite our session coordinators, CS Venkataramana R, Council Member, the ICSI, CS Dwarkanath Chenur, Council Member, the ICSI, learned speakers, to kindly come forward and take their seats on the dais. I request CS Avneet Singh Arora, Director, Arbitration and Conciliation, Department of Legal Affairs, Government of India, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Government Nominee, the ICSI, and ex-technical member, NCLAT, CS Nisar Ahmed, former President, the ICSI, Advocate Iram Mazid, Executive Director, Asia Pacific Center for Arbitration and Mediation, and Mr. Chirag Balyan, Assistant Professor of Law, Maharashtra, NLU, to join us on the dais. We welcome all our dignitaries. Kindly put your hands together for this wonderful session and for the dignitaries. Let us all tune in with curiosity and open minds as we explore how ADR is not just a method, but a mindset that reflects the future of fair, fast, and forward-looking justice. We are honored to have a panel of highly accomplished experts in the domain. I now request CS Venkataraman R to please welcome CS Avneet Singh Arora, Director, Arbitration and Conciliation, Department of Legal Affairs, by presenting a planter. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. CS Avneet Arora presently works as Director with the Department of Legal Affairs, Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India at New Delhi. I now request CS Dwarka Naji to please welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, Government Nominee, the ICSI, ex-technical member, NCLAT, by presenting a planter. We welcome you, sir. Sir is a distinguished fellow of IICA, Government Nominee in the Governing Council of the ICSI, Independent Director of ICAI Register Valuers Organization, and Professor of Practice, Law and Finance at Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. We welcome you, sir. I now request CS Manish Gupta ji to please come on the dais and welcome CS Nisar Ahmed, former President, the ICSI, by presenting a planter. Sir is the former President of ICSI for the year 2012. He was a member of the Central Council of ICSI from January 2004 to January 2015. We welcome you, sir. I now request CS Ashish Karodia ji, please join us on the dais to welcome Advocate Iram Majid, Executive Director, Asia Pacific Center for Arbitration and Mediation, by presenting a planter. Ma'am is a distinguished legal professional with over 21 years of experience, making her a prominent figure in the field of arbitration and mediation. We welcome you, ma'am. I now request CS Dr. Mohit Shaw to please join us on the dais to welcome Mr. Chirag Balyan, Assistant Professor of Law, Maharashtra National Law University, by presenting a planter. We welcome you, Mr. Chirag. Mr. Chirag is an Assistant Professor of NLU, Mumbai. His teaching assignments focus on subjects like ADR, international arbitration, mediation, research methodology, and legal methods. We are privileged to have you here amongst us today. To introduce the sub-theme and set the context of today's discussion, we have with us distinguished professional, a thought leader in his own right, CS Venkataraman R, the council member and the session coordinator. So may I invite sir to take us through the panel discussions. Stage is yours, sir. Yeah.
Very good morning, members present over here and also present through online virtual mode. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. Friends, on this session I would like to mention that the alternate dispute resolution mechanism has opened a wider doors for the company secretaries as a corporate professionals, both in employment and also both in practice, to take up this role as an arbitrator at the commercial arbitration issues, either in India or outside India. Friends, in the age where the time of essence stakes are high, the need of swift for the effective dispute resolution is most important, and the traditional and conventional method of dispute resolution often falls short in terms of the speed and effectiveness because of the load made on the courts. If you see the epics from the Indian epics like Ramayana and Mahabharata, we also seen experienced that where the mediation fails, the war begins. As a professionals, we are here to help the corporate sectors taking forward the arbitration proceedings As a professionals, we are also committed for upholding the principal corporate governance, and we recognize the disputes are inherent as a part of the company's operations. In the competitive landscape, the companies, for the market share and profitability, and inevitably gives rises of various conflicts and disputes. There are many contracts which even doesn't provide arbitration clauses in the agreements. So as a corporate professionals, we need to guide the corporates how the arbitration clauses to be drafted and how the arbitration proceedings to be implemented in the corporate commercial disputes. The timely and just resolution of commercial disputes is not only crucial for minimizing the disruptions and also legal expenses, but also for vital of overall health of our economy. Efficient dispute resolution methods prevent prolonged conflicts and foster and quicker outcomes and preserve the business relationships, enhance the business effectiveness. Friends, ADR has came in year 2019, and where the Institute of Company Secretaries has taken many initiatives in 2019. The ICSI had CCGRT, as a convener of ICSI CCGRT Hyderabad, I am proud to inform that more than 1,200 company secretaries were trained in the arbitration training programs, and it has conducted professional training and programs on commercial arbitration. The program was divided into basic and advanced simulation programs. And ICSI also offers a post-membership qualification course on the arbitration to its members to provide career guidance and practical assignments of the arbitration, and also appointment of arbitrator agreement, how to conduct the proceedings, how to take the evidences, etc. Friends, ICSI also has the first introduced as an elective paper for the students of professional examination group 1, the subject on the arbitration. And the first international arbitration ADR center was mooted by this council in the year 2023 under the leadership of CS Manish Gupta ji. And during the presidency of Narsimhan sir in 2024, the ADR center was inaugurated by past Justice P. Sadasivam sir, former Chief Justice of India, and now in the year 2025, under the leadership of Dhananjay Shukla ji, the 30th January 2025, we have also got the ICSI International ADR Center Commercial Arbitration Rules 2025. With this, the arbitration proceedings will be held and conducted in the ADR Center of ICSI at Noida. And this is a great moment for us to have such an arbitration center as a basic initiative to promote the arbitration in India. Friend, with this brief note, now I will leave the session to the speakers, panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Now I request CS Avneet Singh Arora sir, Director, Arbitration and Conciliation, Department of Legal Affairs, Government of India, to take the session forward.
A very warm good morning to all and all present. At the outset, I would like to thank the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, of which I am also a member, for inviting me here. It is a pleasure to see that the Institute is giving great focus to the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, and it is evident that a specified section has been allocated to discuss this very important mechanism. I would also welcome all my co-panelists. I think it's a very esteemed panel that we have together. We have representation from the practitioners side. We have some veteran professionals from the institution. We have Mishra sir, who has been a part of the government for a long time. We have academician Chirag also here, and so I think we'll have an interesting discourse going ahead. To understand what ADR means, I think the context has been set by CS Venkatramana ji. Alternative dispute resolution is something which is alternative to courts. So the idea is to have a support function or a system which allows parties to get their disputes adjudicated in a private manner by subject to consent of parties. So whether it is arbitration or mediation, it is all consent driven. So party autonomy is what governs arbitration and mediation, because we understand that rule of law requires disputing parties to go to court. But by consent and by contract, the parties can agree that rather than going to court, they would want their disputes to be adjudicated either through arbitration, where there is adjudication, or by mediation, which is more amicable settlement by facilitation by a mediator. So the arbitration regime is governed by the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996, and the mediation regime presently is governed by the Mediation Act of 2023. Although mediation also finds reference in various enactments which have been passed earlier. Section 89 of the Code of Civil Procedure of 1908 also provides for mediation, and the second part to the Arbitration and Conciliation Act provides for conciliation to be adopted. So the focus of the Government of India has always been to ensure that the ecosystem for ADR mechanism is efficacious and efficient, and to that extent there have been policy and legislative interventions that have been taken over a period of time. As far as the Arbitration Act is concerned, it was enacted in the year of 1996. It has gone 3 major amendments in 2015, 19 and 2021. Because arbitration is in the nature of being a private adjudication mechanism, there are broad checks and balances which are required to be kept in mind when arbitration is done. So therefore, pre-2015, for example, a major initiative was taken wherein, because we understand, I think we are all professionals, that arbitrator is expected to be impartial and independent. But pre-2015, there was no statutory provision to ensure that the arbitrators who are appointed by the parties are independent or impartial. There were various occasions where the employees of the parties in dispute were also appointed as arbitrators, which is in the teeth of the broad premise of principles of natural justice that nobody should be a judge in its own cause. So therefore, in 2015, a provision was added which ensured that the arbitrator who is expected to be appointed for a dispute between the parties does not have any relationship with either of the parties. So this was a major change that happened in 2015. Apart from that, in 2015, the process has also been made more time-bound. So there's a time which has been provided under the Act. The arbitration is required to be completed in a period of 1 year, which is extendable to 6 months. So the focus of the arbitration amendments in 2015 was to ensure that the process becomes more efficacious. That apart, there was also one major criticism of arbitration, that in case an arbitral award is passed in a dispute between parties and it is challenged before court, there was an automatic stay. So therefore, the award was not enforceable under law. That also underwent a change in 2015. In 2019, the focus has been on institutional arbitration. There were some amendments made to encourage institutional arbitration, जिसको हम संस्थागत arbitration भी कह सकते हैं, जिसका example अभी CS वेंकटरमण जी भी दिया कि ICSI ने भी अपना एक ADR का international center setup किया हुआ है नोएडा में. I think it's a step in the right direction, and it is important that the practicing company secretaries also adopt arbitration as a profession going forward, both as being arbitrators or being arguing people in the disputes before arbitrators. उसके बाद 2021 में एक छोटी अमेंडमेंट हुई थी, और अब हम लोग 2024-25 में भी हमने एक ड्राफ्ट प्रपोजल प्रपोज किया हुआ है. It was put up for public consultation also. So let us see how it goes forward from there on. This was as far as arbitration is concerned. Coming to mediation, जैसा हमने कहा है, सेक्शन 89 ऑफ CPC मीडिएशन के को भी encourage करने का statutory provision बताता है. 2023 में हमने मीडिएशन एक्ट 2023 पास करवाया, जिसमें the focus has been to institutionalize mediation. Similar to what is done for arbitration, where arbitral institutions are more recognized, we have also tried and make a mediation also an institutionalized mechanism. So there are various stakeholders which have been recognized. There is a mediation service provider which is recognized. There is a mediation institute for giving training to mediators which has been recognized. And a mediation council of India which is expected to be a quasi-regulator for mediation. So the broad framework of mediation under the Mediation Act is to ensure that it is done in a more formal manner, which is what was missing prior to the Act of 2023. Conciliation, जो कि एक similar principle है alternative dispute resolution का, that was more informal. उसके लिए कोई संस्थागत mechanism हमने Act में, हमारे जो पुराना Act था, Arbitration Act का जिसका part था, उसमें नहीं दे रखा था. तो अब जैसे ही Mediation Act पूरा enforce हो जाएगा, the part which is Conciliation of the Act of 1996 will get subsumed into the Mediation Act of 2023. That apart, we also in the Department of Legal Affairs also administer the Commercial Courts Act of 2015. उसमें भी एक स्पेसिफिक प्रोविजन है सेक्शन 12A की, जिसमें यदि आपको किसी भी कमर्शियल डिस्प्यूट से रिलेटेड कोर्ट में कोई सूट फाइल करना है, तो you are required to compulsorily attempt mediation at the first instance, and only then a suit can be filed in a commercial dispute. This provision was added in the year of 2018. Again, the idea is to encourage parties to settle the matter rather than going for adjudication either before the court or the arbitrators. So the focus has been to ensure that the statutory provisions of governing these mechanisms and enactments, that is the arbitration and the mediation, are up to the mark. They are globally benchmarked, and the parties are able to use these mechanisms to effectively resolve their disputes. इसके अलावा हमने एक और संस्था शुरू की है नेशनल इंपॉर्टेंस की, विच इज़ कॉल्ड द इंडिया इंटरनेशनल आर्बिट्रेशन सेंटर. वो भी एक इनैक्टमेंट था 2019 का, जिसके तहत इसको एस्टैब्लिश किया गया है. इसका रोल है आर्बिट्रेशन करवाना. जिस तरीके से वेंकटरमणा जी ने बताया कि ICSI ने एक ADR का सेंटर शुरू किया है, जिसके रूल्स भी 2025 में शायद पब्लिश हुए हैं. सो द आइडिया इज़ टू हैव दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन conduct arbitration as per the procedure in the rules. So it ensures that the criticism of ad hoc arbitration, जहाँ पे कि जैसे हम प्रोफेशनल्स हैं तो हम सुनते रहते होंगे कि आर्बिट्रेटर्स बहुत ज़्यादा समय लगाते हैं या फीस बहुत ज़्यादा लेते हैं, तो यदि अगर संस्थागत तरीके से आर्बिट्रेशन की जाए तो ये जो क्रिटिसिजम्स हैं ये एब्जॉल्व हो जाती हैं, बिकॉज एक संस्था जो होती है उस पूरे प्रोसेस को सुपरवाइज करती है टिल द पासिंग ऑफ द आर्बिट्रल अवार्ड. दैट अपार्ट संस्था के पास एक पैनल भी होता है आर्बिट्रेटर्स का, जो कि इज एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी वेल इक्विप्ड, एंड देयरफॉर द क्वालिटी ऑफ आर्बिट्रल अवार्ड इज ऑल्सो जनरली बेटर इन इंस्टीट्यूशनल आर्बिट्रेशन. सो बिकॉज द आर्बिट्रेशन इज एज गुड एज द आर्बिट्रेटर, so it is very, very important that the arbitrator is well equipped. So finally coming to this is the broad overview of the ADR mechanism statutorily in our country. Coming to the role of company secretaries, I think the company secretaries have a very, very important role when it comes to ADR. We all understand and appreciate that company secretaries are one of the few professions which have access to the higher management. So the idea to effectively convey the advantages of ADR mechanisms for effective dispute resolution to corporates or even for company secretaries in practice becomes very, very important. That apart, even as professionals, what the company secretaries, my fellow company secretaries, can look up to is being arbitrators and mediators. Because I think the major advantage with company secretaries is that we understand law, we are very good at drafting, we draft the decisions for the companies at the highest level through our board resolutions. So the healthy mix of understanding law and the capacity to draft, which can be very, very helpful when it comes to becoming an arbitrator and passing arbitral awards. So I think it's a very, very, very niche area where we are very well equipped. I think the only idea is to pick it up more. We were talking, I think सुबह भी हम लोग सुन रहे थे कि there is a lot of competition in the market. So we will have to look at new avenues. So company secretaries are very well equipped to be both arbitrators and mediators. And therefore I would humbly request that, जैसे वेंकटरमण जी बताया कि अगर हमने अपना सेंटर भी शुरू किया है, so it should be the enhancement of skills of the members should be a continuing process, and we should also market the center to all the disputing parties, because there has been a consistent movement from ad hoc arbitrations to institutional arbitration. और यदि हमने ऐसी संस्था सेटअप कर ली है तो आर्बिट्रेशन एक्ट में भी और मीडिएशन एक्ट में भी दोनों में काफ़ी अच्छा स्कोप है टू इंश्योर दैट वी आर एबल टू लेट द डिस्प्यूटिंग पार्टीज हैव द फ्रूट्स ऑफ द early resolution of disputes through these ADR mechanisms. So with these opening remarks, I will then leave the other parts to the fellow panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the tone for the session. Company secretaries are really playing vital role in arbitration proceedings and mediation proceedings. In the arbitration appeals also, which are proposed now that are coming up, in that appeal proceedings also we need to develop some training mechanism where our company secretaries will be well equipped with the arbitration appellate proceedings also. Now I invite Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra sir, government nominee, the ICSI, and ex-technical member of National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, to come forward and address the members.
Good morning, Mr. President. I think in absentia, Mr. BP, Mr. Ashish Mohan also in absentia, Mr. Manish Gupta, Mr. Narsimham, all past president, and my all colleagues this side. Mr. Nisar Ahmad, very learned man, they will tell you more things. Mr. Arora has explained you. Venkat Sahab is master in arbitration. Ma'am is well knowledgeable. So in the week, and Mr. my Bangalore colleague is much more learned man than me. So I can tell you I am the weakest link in this. Still with my experience, some experience, I can tell you. Let me tell you the strength of mediation. Dear friends, you can realize from IBC recovery of money. Post IBC, मतलब जब केस फाइल हो जाता है, after that, from those actions of the tribunal and the decisions of the tribunal, recovery from 2016-17 till 2024-25 is 3.89 lakh crore. Whereas through settlement means mediation, either it is a procedural mediation or a kind forced by the tribunals, sometimes, not always, recovery is 10.78 lakh crore, and 30,000 and odd cases have been sorted out through settlement, whereas through court proceedings, as my friend Mr. Venkat Raman and Mr. Arora has told you, the cases settled is only 1,194. I am remembering the exact figure as on March 25. So see, 30 times cases have been settled through mediation, and recovery, much more recovery, 4 times recovery has been made through settlement than fighting in the tribunal or through the forced provision of the insolvency and bankruptcy code. Since I have been told to speak about the arbitration and mediation in insolvency matters, and particularly the study of the countries like UK, USA, so being now a professor, my one student has deftly made an analysis. So based on that, I will speak something, but I can only give you a broad view what has happened in India. Let me tell you, even under UK insolvency law, mediation is not compulsory, because in the United Kingdom, there the courts are only actively encouraging the use of mediation. The Companies Act, that is UK Companies Act 2006 and Insolvency Act 1986, provide the statutory framework for insolvency procedures, while the Chancery Guide of 2016 further promotes the use of ADR, particularly mediation. While courts typically prefer to stay proceedings rather than order ADR, but the duration of such a stay is subject to the parties' consent. However, if a party unreasonably refuses to consider ADR, courts can direct them to take reasonable steps towards exploring it, which when I was in the bench, I have also done in NCLT Bangalore, even in NCLAT Delhi also. Now, if you go to the USA, the United States has been pioneer in adopting mediation, particularly in the context of insolvency resolution, although the Bankruptcy Reform Act of 1978 USA didn't explicitly promote the ADR as a preferred mechanism for insolvency. The Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of 1998 authorizes all district courts in USA to use ADR in civil action, including bankruptcy-related adversary proceedings. This law mandated that each district court offer at least one ADR method, such as mediation, early neutral evaluation, mini trial, or arbitration. By 2009, over half of the US bankruptcy code has formally adopted mediation through local rules or court orders. The bankruptcy code For there the district wise also, each state has also got certain rules. The bankruptcy court for the Southern District of California had already introduced insolvency mediation in 1986, and since then mediation has become a prominent feature of the bankruptcy process. By 2019, 76 out of 94 districts, that is of the US, had implemented local mediation rules, with some courts mandating mediations, while others have adopted voluntary adoption. Under the ADR Act of 1998, each district court that uses ADR must maintain a qualified panel of neutrals, including judges, attorneys, or trained professionals. Mediators are required to meet rigorous training and experience standards, often requiring 20 to 40 hours of training, along with substantive mediation or legal experience. I can tell you, recently I was in one of the meeting in the IBBI I was called, and there also I insisted that the insolvency professionals, their business are coming down because the NPA content has reduced in the market. So their business, at least large number of IPs business have come down. So it was suggested that you have to make the mediators only these insolvency professionals if you have to keep this profession. I can tell you today, because I have got the figure, I am involved in at least 2 of the IPAs, both CA and CS. I can tell you large number of insolvency professionals are not even enabled to pay their fees, and they are not interested in perhaps continuing. But the unfortunate part under IBC is once your registration gets cancelled, you have to go through the entire process. CA का मैं फीस पेमेंट नहीं करूँगा, मेरा नाम कट जाएगा, 5 साल बाद फीस देके, या CS में भी 5 साल बाद फीस देके रेगुलराइज हो जाएगा. वहाँ आपको पूरा एग्जाम देके सेम प्रोसेस से फिर insolvency professional बनना होगा. So I also suggested, in both the institution I have suggested, जिसकी बिजनेस नहीं है उसका फीस मिनिमल करिए, जिसकी बिजनेस बहुत है उसका फीस बढ़ा दीजिए, लेकिन यंगस्टर को चलने दीजिए, उनके प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस एंड ग्रोथ का आप रिस्पेक्ट करिए. I don't know, but at least whatever little I have got the asserting powers, I have used it. Let me see how does it happen. Coming to the arbitration perspective in the UK and USA, it is usually believed that conflicts pertaining to the administration of insolvency procedures or those that arise from the implementation of insolvency law are normally not attributable. Once insolvency proceedings are initiated, the majority of insolvency legislation specifies that arbitration proceedings would be stayed. Generally, it is the law even the worldwide. The reasons behind postponing arbitration proceedings to give rise to the trustee or administrator. जैसे हम इंडिया में आपको इंसॉल्वेंसी प्रोफेशनल बोलते हैं, country wise it is name is changing, trustee or administrator, and same concept. Enough time to go over all the claims from creditors and evaluate the insolvency parties' financial situations. The stay of arbitration proceedings is typically temporary and lasts until fulfilling a specific requirement, such as for instance in Switzerland following the second meeting of creditors. One system different. And in Australia upon the approval of winding up of companies. Certain matters considered not arbitrable. Certain insolvency matters are generally regarded as non-arbitrable, particularly those considered core insolvency issues. US का भी है, US में specific है, Chapter 11, such as the initiation of insolvency proceedings, appointment of trustees, or distribution of assets from the insolvent estates. Arbitration being a private, as my colleague has told, Mr. Arora and Mr. Venkat Ramana ji, arbitration being a private dispute resolution method focuses on adversarial settlement between parties, whereas core insolvency professional aim to reorganize or liquidate assets for collective creditor benefit. The core oblique non-core distinction is particularly well developed in the US, where core matters arise solely under bankruptcy law, while Switzerland also applies the framework. Now, if you go by the UK legislation, they have not addressed the arbitrability of insolvency proceeding, and there is no rule on arbitrability under arbitration law. हमारा जो ये IBC है, this is based on mostly on UK law. Same provision there. A party's capacity to continue with arbitration is unaffected by insolvency according to legislation. There is a case law in Fulham Football Club Limited versus Charles. This is 2001 citation. So it is necessary to consider in relation to matters in dispute in each case whether they engage third-party rights or represent an attempt to delegate to the arbitrators what is a matter of public interest which cannot be determined with the limitation of private contractual processes. Same case law, Fulham Football Club versus Arts and another 2011. EWCACIB is a citation number. Consequently, the question of whether an insolvent issue can be arbitrated under English law hinges on whether the dispute pertains to third-party rights or a public interest issue. Non-arbitrable matters these include winding up of company, issuing payment orders, determining schedule of claims, setting aside transactions involving third parties. Liquidators' statutory powers exercised by the collective benefit of creditors cannot be displaced by prior agreements. अगर ये हो जाए तो हम सभी backdated agreement के expert हैं यहाँ, we can do it. That is the case in the UK. Now coming to the USA, in the United States, the arbitrability of bankruptcy related disputes hinges on the distinction between core and non-core proceeding under US bankruptcy code. Core proceedings involve rights that exercise exclusively under federal bankruptcy law. Section 157 clause B within bracket 2 of Title 28 of the US Code offers a non-exhaustive list of core proceedings. Courts conduct a fact-finding specific inquiry to classify disputes. The court allows limited discretion in core cases. So in Hayes and Company versus Merrill Lynch, the court also held that non-core matters must be arbitrated unless arbitration directly conflicts with the bankruptcy law. So, under the pro-arbitration policy of Federal Arbitration Act, non-core claims, particularly those arising in international context, are typically compelled to arbitration. So with all these, there are so many citations. I can only tell you that kindly as company secretary, you were doing one of the best. I have seen you in the benches, both in NCLT and NCLAT. You were performing one of the best. Please get yourself equipped with the capacity which Mr. Sukla and team is doing it for you. So kindly prepare yourself well so that as soon as this process, because this is being considered even under IBC, I think exhaustively, so it will help you. With these words, I wish all the best to all of you. Thank you. Jai ICI, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. As you said, not only at the admission stage, but also at the existing disputes, the company secretaries plays vital role as arbitrators. Now I invite our former president, multifaceted personality, very thorough professional, Nisar Ahmad sir, to address the members.
Namaskar. Let me at the outset convey my greetings to each one of us sitting here and those who have been virtually attended to or those who are not there. A happy Pacious Day. Very important day for us. 15th June is a happy PCS day. and we must cherish and recognize the wisdom that we have initiated way back when I was passing, I was in the final and I did my CS. And that the kind of joy we had in my memory, along with our Bipin Bhai, late Bipin Bhai, Israni Saab, and all couple of, on 15th of June, when we got this recognition notified in the Gazette, where a company secretary profession has been recognized as a professional institutions. Reason is, though it was there in 5th of August, October, 8th of October 1968, but this profession, because the independent profession as a practicing side of the profession, that was recognized for the first time, and much water has so far flown into Ganges, and now today we have been having a full bouquet of kind of professional integrity and professional work. I'm sure many more things to happen. It is not the end, it is a beginning, and many more recognition to come to the profession of company secretary in practice side of the profession, because earlier it was considered to be the employment oriented organization. The company secretary passing out and then getting it employment. But 15th June 1988 is the day, they can't forget that, and today is the 15th June, so it is a very, very big thing. Each one of it to be greet, and it was to be, it's a happy PCS day. Once again, my greetings to all of you. Now coming to the issue of what so far being now traveled down, we have seen Mr. Arora, Avneet has mentioned about the macro concept of what Mediation and Conciliation Act, as well as the arbitration law from the ministry perspective, how this happened. I tell you one thing, if someone is interested in doing alternate dispute resolution work, the better and immediate requirement is to go through the Mediation Act 2023. Very soon, this year, hopefully, we are expecting it to roll out or professionalize. We have been discussing offline with the people, those who have been associated with to come out with, like, IBC came into and then IBBI came into. Literally that institutions to be having a institutional framework. Work is already going on. Hopefully, with the present law minister, I discussed this with Mr. Meghwal, and he says we are keen to have it done this year itself. Once it is coming to, I tell you why I am referring to, because the litigation, if you see the national grid litigation, the data, 64,000 cases are pending in Supreme Court. 1,37,000 are there in the high courts. 10 lakhs around there in this district courts. 10 crores litigations we have now having in the district courts. Now this means that these opportunities, and then after this judgment of Section 89 was invoked in 2010 in some judgment, and particularly I would like those who are really interested in this, venturing it in this area as an independent professional, along with appearances before the National Company Law Tribunal and Appellate Tribunal, to which the Institute has been consistently now doing so, its endeavor to bring it at par with legal fraternity. And many more of our members have started now, Dr. Ashok has mentioned, many more of our members have started now coming before the quasi-judicial body called NCLT and CLAT and arguing the matters very well. Now in this direction, Guwahati is also having a tribunal. The bench is there. 15 benches are already been working, out of which Guwahati is also there. So we have to gear up. Once it is there, this is the opportunity for both. You can be arbitrator arguing the case, you can be drafting an arbitration agreement. And therefore, I must say, 2 judgments, very recent judgment here, that one had gone on 13th of May, just a month back. 13th of May, one judgment came in the IRCON matters. That has given a reference of 2024 judgment of 3 bench led by the then Chief Justice, SBI General Insurance. Now, what I am referring to is 2 judgments require that how much the institution called Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court and High Courts are looking at the alternate dispute resolution to have a kind of process. Taking a clue from that, a mention was made by Venkat that institute has already started gearing it up, and a Section 8 company has already been formed in 2023, and thereafter institutions have started functioning. But the pace with which we are thought of, because I am also part of in the governing board of International ADR Center, and this year we are expecting it to roll out the center to start with Noida, and then to go to, immediately, it's all simultaneously, to set up a mechanism in Hyderabad as well as that of our Bombay, CCGRT, to start with. Through 3 institutions, this is the plan, and we are meeting in the month of July, next month, because Justice Sadasivam, Honorable Chief Justice, is now expected to be in Delhi on 8th or 9th and 10th, 3 days. Hopefully we can discuss and maybe half a day or so. We have spent some time to create a kind of atmosphere, because rules are in the place. Already, institute has already come out with the empanelment of the arbitrators. So this is the next level of empanelment. The only requirement here is to start rolling out kind of thing, secretariat support, some support, which we've been having. So the institute is already there. The kind of work you are expecting, you can't even imagine. Today somebody was taking open house, Rule 8A, Section 8A, and so on, so form, etc., certification, and so on and so. With the invent of AI, 80% work, what you have been perceiving, conceiving, and doing, are going to be done away with. Let us take it as institutions. I've been 2006 onward, I have been telling whole my body members, please come out from the not small things. 80% time we have been spending in compliances, regulatory interface, and so on and so forth. But we are not contemplating how to mitigate the discussions and litigations. Not to have a litigation at all per se. Why litigation is required at all? Because litigation is a very, very costly affair. So alternate area is now there, and I'm very happy that Institute has now chosen it to have a discussions in the 3rd technical session. On the whole 3rd technical session is devolved to have it alternate dispute resolution mechanism. Arbitration is of course there. The Supreme Court has also mentioned in one particular judgment to say that less than 10 crore rupees litigation cost, mandatory send it to a mediation, and beyond that is go for arbitration. Some sorts of things are happening. So it was a thinking. So I am just expecting these institutions to grow, and as a member of this body, we must start thinking from today onward, at least if those who are not there into this arena, must start thinking in this direction to start representation services, both before the quasi-judicial body called NCLT and CLAT, as well as that of the mediation and arbitration process. With this all, I must compliment and congratulate each one of you on the PCS Day, and thanks to Institute, President, and the Council for this opportunity given to me. Thank you so very much, and then we have some questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Hitting the importance of the ADR Center. Whoever company secretaries are here in the handling the legal departments of the companies, and also who are advising on legal perspective, the institutional arbitration normally will be claused in the commercial agreements. So if you can refer the name of ADR Center, our ICSI ADR Center, as an institutional arbitration center in the arbitration proceedings in the agreements, commercial agreements of your companies, that will help this institution to grow forward. Thank you very much. Now I request Advocate Majid Madam, Executive Director, Asia Pacific Center for Arbitration and Mediation Center, and she is a author for the mediation publication, and also she is a standing counsel of central government, and I request her to come forward and give her address.
Greeting of the day to everyone present off the dais and on the dais. So before I begin, I would like to tell you my relationship with ICSI. So I am teaching in PMQ in every semester. I am there in evaluation also. And recently the Noida Center, which has been in Sector 62. So I am a regular visitor there, and I am working for the promotion of that center as well. So the arbitration rules I have vetted. I have now handed over the mediation rules also. And the mediation publication, which has been released recently in Bombay, I think, in Mumbai. So that was also authored by me. So this is my relation with the ICSI, and recently I have been to Ahmedabad as well, and there I addressed the company secretaries in Ahmedabad as well. So this is my relation with all of you. And coming to the ODR, now the topic which has been given to me is the ODR. After you have heard from different panelists about the arbitration, so I'll be telling you about the practice, that how you can implement this in your practice and how you can make use of ODR or arbitration or mediation. Suppose if we are saying ODR, you have to understand that now we are in the world where the people are more on online platforms. So the traditional, if you see the banking or so, nobody want to go in the banks and stand in the queue, but now you have, on one click, you can transfer money, you can receive money, you can go for the loan, you can do anything. That is how now we want the access to justice should be one click away. And that is possible only through integration of technology, that is called ODR. So ODR is not a different kind of mechanism to handle your dispute or to resolve the dispute, but it is a different ways of handling arbitration and mediation. So now if you see, there are 83% of our population has internet access, and 77% use smartphone or computers daily, and 85% of population in India under the age of 50. That means we have to cater this 85%. Our users and our client and our, the people who will be in our favor will be 85%, and those 85% will use only online platforms. So why not the access to justice should be customized in that manner so that those 85 people find it very attractive. So before that, I would like to tell you that there is a difference between the online hearing or the virtual hearing and the online platform. So what does it mean when we talk about online platform? It is very important for us to understand what is ODR. Sometimes what happens, people, they are having a misconception. They feel that the ODR is nothing but having a virtual setting for the arbitration and mediation. क्या होता है हमारे यहाँ कोर्ट में, कोर्ट से अपॉइंटमेंट होता है आर्बिट्रेटर का, आर्बिट्रेटर के साथ सेटिंग होती है, उसके बाद में आर्बिट्रेटर अपना डिस्क्लोजर देता है, एंड फर्स्ट मीटिंग होती है, मीटिंग के बाद वो कहता है अब हम ऑनलाइन हियरिंग करेंगे. Many people, they are having this conception that this is what you called ODR. So this is not ODR. ODR is there where you don't need human intervention. This is a secured and protected platforms, dedicated platforms from where you will be having you can start invocation of negotiation, mediation and arbitration and publication of the award through this platform only. You don't need any human intervention other than the person who will be appointed as an arbitrator or mediator who will be sitting there. So आपकी पूरी arbitration वहीं पर होगा, आपकी meetings वहीं पर होंगी, उसी के server पे होंगी, it will be safe, secured and protected. So this is what the called ODR. The ODR is not virtual setting, virtual hearing, it is a dedicated platform which we have to understand. Now we need to understand that suppose if there is a dedicated platform, how many platforms do we have in India? Such kind of platform. So recently we have come up with such platform, that is Peacegate app. You can see it www.peacegate.in. So these kind of dedicated platforms are very, very necessary and very important to give momentum to this ODR practice. Otherwise this ODR practice, whether it is mentioned in act or not mentioned in the act, it is useless because it will be again integration of virtual setting into the normal setting. So dedicated platform which will be used for the ODR. So now the thing is that if those are the dedicated platform, what are the benefit of those ODR arbitrations or mediations? So whatever the documents which will be uploaded, there will be a separate dashboard for each and every participants, parties, lawyers and also the arbitrator, and that will be encrypted. No document can be accessed by another person. So it will be your dashboard, your document, you can access any point of time. It is not e-filing. E-filing or emailing, it is different, but in ODR it will be dedicated document can be uploaded by those party, accessed by anyone, and notification will go to another person that now this person has filed this document. आपको नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा, नोटिफिकेशन के बेस पे आर्बिट्रेटर बिना पार्टी की मौजूदगी के वहाँ पर एक अपना प्रोसीजरल ऑर्डर बना देगा. सो दिस इज व्हाट द काइंड ऑफ प्लेटफॉर्म वी आर थिंकिंग. एंड ना तो उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग हो सकती है, ना उसका उससे कुछ चीज़ डाउनलोड हो सकती है, ना ही उसके फोटो क्लिक हो सकते हैं. So these are the data privacy which could secure the entire arbitration and mediation on that platform. So now the thing is that if suppose we have those kind of platform, then what are the opportunities for the CS? आप लोगों के लिए वहाँ पर opportunity क्या है? अब आपको आर्बिट्रेशन पता हो गया, आपको मीडिएशन पता हो गया, आपको ये भी पता होगा कि आप कितनी जगह पे आर्बिट्रेटर मीडिएटर हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आप इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इंटीग्रेशन के साथ यूज़ कैसे करेंगे? हाउ यू विल यूज़ ODR एंड हाउ यू कैन बी इनटू ODR प्लेटफॉर्म्स. तो पहली बात तो ये है कि आप लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करने पड़ेंगे कि कौन कौन से ODR प्लेटफॉर्म इंडिया में एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. अगर कोई भी प्लेटफॉर्म में ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन है तो वो ODR प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है, दैट इज़ द कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ वर्चुअल एंड फिजिकल सेटिंग. तो वो कंप्लीट डेडिकेटेड प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है. देयर विल बी अ कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द डेटा प्राइवेसी, विद द प्राइवेसी एंड डेटाज. सो दैट इज नॉट ऑथेंटिक. So another thing is what opportunity you have being a a CS there. So let me be very honest to you. हम लोगों के पास ना, now we are talking about the smart contracts. Everything is coming smart. So why you people are not getting smarter? Because if you see, this is one traditional way of doing your work, what you people are doing. But integration का ज़माना है. अब आप अब तक integrate नहीं करेंगे, you will not reach to the places. Somebody asked just now in the open क्या था ये house, हाँ, open house में कि हम दुबई में कैसे कर सकते हैं, हम वहाँ कैसे कर सकते हैं. आप यहाँ बैठे ODR के थ्रू आप कुछ नहीं करें, लेकिन आप आर्बिट्रेटर ज़रूर हो सकते हैं. You can do all these things, but the only thing is you need to identify the venues कि हम वो करें कैसे. तो मैं कितने सारे कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज को ट्रेंड किया है, उनको इंटरनेशनली they are internationally now impaneled. So the most important thing is you have to identify that where you can get empanelment. It is not just a training. So the training तो आप कहीं भी कर सकते हैं, but how you will get empanelment. So that is something which is very, very important, because I am from a center, I administer arbitration and mediation. I know how many company secretaries are there empaneled with our institution, not only in India, but 10 countries across. And also, there is one company secretary, Mr. Jayan. He is from Cochin. I do not know how many of you will be knowing each other or not. He is teaching in our center, arbitration. So that is how you have lot of opportunities. If time permits, I will be telling you in my questions that how you can do the trainings, how you can enhance your capacity building, how you can be impaneled, or how you can make money. पैसा बहुत है इसमें, बहुत कम time में बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा है. So how you can make additional money also. So right now what you have to do is, suppose if you, now you know the SEBI and RBI, they are talking about the smart portal. So if suppose those smart portals, they also have a provision for having a for empanelment for the online neutrals. So you can be online neutrals, you can be neutrals in, you can be there for the ODR clauses also. Like just now Mr. Our beloved moderator, he just mentioned about the clauses. So the arbitration clauses is something which is the part of the main contract, and you being a company secretary know in and out about any company also. So आप वहाँ पर क्या कर सकते हैं, बड़े आराम के साथ आप एक ODR प्लेटफॉर्म को आप मेंशन कर सकते हैं कि कल को कोई डिस्प्यूट होती है तो दिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे होके जाएगी. जैसे कि SEBIs and all, they are automizing their dispute and they will be saying that now we will be having a portal, smart portal, जहाँ पर कि automatic हमारी dispute online portal के साथ resolve होंगी. So that should be the way, and this is the future. And with this now I would like to just say one or two things where you can have an opportunity. One is you can be a consultant not only in domestic arbitration but also international arbitration, and you can provide them, suggest them the ODR platform. Asynchronous arbitration हो रहे हैं different time zone में, कोई US में बैठा है, कोई कहीं और बैठा है और arbitration चल रहे हैं. Because of this platform, filing is very easy, everything is very easy. So that you can do is, you can be an arbitrator and mediator in so many places. Even in NALSA, just now I was talking with Mr. Moderator, so there is, in NALSA also you have an opportunity to become a mediator. There is an opportunity. So you can do that as well. And in MSME and cross-border justice also, you can be the one who can integrate the technology and use of ODR there as well. And the most problem, in the last I would like to say, the problem arises जब आप आर्बिट्रेशन अवार्ड रेंडर करते हैं और आपको प्रोसेस के बारे में इशू होता है. सब्सटेंस पे आर्बिट्रल अवार्ड कभी सेटिसाइड नहीं होता. अगर आप कोर्ट में देखें तो आर्बिट्रल अवार्ड इज सेटिसाइड मोस्टली ऑन द प्रोसीजरल इम्पेडिमेंट्स और प्रोसीजरल लैकिंग. सो दीज ODR प्लेटफॉर्म विल टेक केयर ऑफ दोज प्रोसीजरल डिफेक्ट्स ऑल्सो. आप प्रोसीजरली कोई चीज़ गलत कर ही नहीं सकते. सो दैट मीन्स दिस प्लेटफॉर्म विल गाइड यू टू डू arbitration procedurally correct. तो वहाँ पे कोई इशू ही नहीं है। फिर सब्सटेंटिव पार्ट पे तो आप लोग खुद एक्सपर्ट हैं, सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट, तो आप लोग कर सकते हैं. सो थिंक अबाउट इट दैट हाउ यू कैन इंटीग्रेट arbitration and mediation either with technology or without technology and can become a smart CS. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Now I request Mr. Chirag Balyan, Assistant Professor of Law, Maharashtra Law University, to come forward and address.
Hello, a very good afternoon. आप सबको नमस्कार. सबसे पहले मैं आप सब लोगों को धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा कि आप पेशेंस से बैठे हैं. 12:40 हो गए हैं. मैं समय की नज़ाकत भी समझता हूँ कि कुछ लोगों को भूख भी लगनी शुरू हुई होगी. कुछ लोग अपना बैग भी टाइट पकड़ के बैठे कि किस सेकंड में मौका देख के चला जाए. बट स्टिल आई होप दैट वट एवर टाइम यू हैव वेटेड you will find worth after listening to me. I will start from the beginning. We use the word arbitration and mediation together as if they are Romeo and Juliet. We put them under the umbrella of ADR. But to be very true, they are not Romeo and Juliet. They are not even brother sisters. They are envy neighbors. Arbitration, to be very true, is not even an ADR. Because there is no alternative to arbitration, especially if it is international arbitration. You can go to court. In case of domestic arbitration, you can choose between domestic arbitration and court. You always have that choice. But where do you go in case of international arbitration? Where do you go? There are no international courts. There is this very interesting paper by Professor Jan Paulson, wherein he said, sea elephant is not an elephant. Like sea elephant is not an elephant, international arbitration is not arbitration because there is no alternative to arbitration. There is no alternative to international arbitration. It is the default choice. That's what you have to do, and that's what the government is pushing when they are saying we want to make India as a global hub of arbitration. Primarily, they are indicating at international arbitration because they want to focus on enforcement of contracts, they want to focus on ease of doing business, and they want to focus on increasing FDI flows. So the idea is, how does arbitration contribute to the economy? As far as alternative of arbitration to the court is concerned, the only reason is pendency. Move my work from my table to the other table. Probably other table will do it faster. We don't know if at all. Under Constitution, we have a right to approach court, we have right to access justice, and if we have a right to access justice, does arbitrator give you justice? Albeit private justice. We need to think about it. Now, let me come to the threefold role of the company secretaries in so-called ADR or arbitration and mediation. I'll primarily focus on arbitration. One is prevention, second is strategic, and third is dispute resolution. Now, the general thing which I am listening, because as Iram mentioned, I am also continuously engaging PMQ lectures for many of you. The general thing is make us arbitrators. Fine, become an arbitrator, become a mediator. But remember your motto, good corporate governance. Good corporate governance means you have to advise your board in certain matters. You have to do contract management. You have to do due diligence. Are you drafting arbitration agreements in a right way? Are you thinking if arbitration agreement should be included in your contract or not? And what happens when you don't think about them? I'll discuss two cases here. One is the case between Kotak and Indus Biotech. Kotak invested certain money in Indus Biotech. through OCRPS. Now Kotak wanted to redeem certain amount. Indus Biotech refused. Kotak went to NCLT, Indus Biotech went to arbitration. Now the question before NCLT was, should we do insolvency, should we do arbitration? There is a shareholder agreement which has an arbitration agreement. Now as CS, how many of you say that shareholder agreement should have an arbitration agreement? Should we have? Yes? You may have. You may have. Because this is a dispute pertaining to OCRPS, NCLT can also refer the parties to arbitration if it comes to the conclusion that there is no default within the meaning of insolvency law. But what if it would have turned out to be oppression and mismanagement claim? Your arbitration agreement will fail. But what if one of the parties is Singapore and seat is Singapore? Your arbitration will succeed, because the oppression and mismanagement claims can succeed in Singapore through arbitration but not in India. So there are so many variables. Where are you doing arbitration? Is it international arbitration? Is it domestic arbitration? And what kind of dispute will emerge in future? And that's why I said preventive, strategic and due diligence. Are you thinking about arbitration in this way? And if you do not, it results into dispute. You include a clause of third-party funding in your arbitration agreement, and then the question arises, should it be enforced in Indian courts? Does Indian courts recognize third-party funding? Are we thinking about it? Are we brainstorming about it as company secretaries? Once we start brainstorming about it, we contribute to the vision of good corporate governance. Take the other example of a dispute between Indian Oil and SR, now acquired by ArcelorMittal. Indian Oil had a claim of $450 million US. SR told Indian Oil, there are other creditors also, they have instituted insolvency. So we cannot have arbitration. Indian Oil participated in the insolvency process. Resolution professional admitted the claim only at the nominal value of 1 rupee. So $450 million, 1 rupee, so that they could participate, they could vote. Nothing else. Plan got approved, COC approved, NCLT approved, Indian Oil never got paid. Now ArcelorMittal has taken over it as per restructuring it. Can it sue ArcelorMittal? Supreme Court said no, there is clean set doctrine. But instead of restructuring, what if this would have been acquisition of this SR by ArcelorMittal? Then there is something called as assignment of rights, and even arbitration could be assigned. Now you don't know. Now should we have insolvency? Should we have restructuring? Why there shouldn't be, before there is a restructuring in case of debt, why there shouldn't be an attempt at the corporate level to get it acquired, to, you know, do it internally by yourself rather than going to the IBBI machinery? Because then that takes away the right of one of the creditors, right? So that's also something we need to thought about. Now consider, instead of Indian Oil, this would have been British Petroleum and the seat would have been London. Now English court would have applied English law, and under English law, even if there's an insolvency claim, dispute could be arbitrated. Now, unless you train yourself to these niceties, you cannot adequately prevent, strategize, and due diligence. And then thirdly comes the role of you as an arbitrator, you as a mediator, you actually resolving the disputes. And I think your primarily role comes for the disputes under shareholder agreement. Now, if you are drafting article of association, you are vetting article of association, consider if you should have arbitration agreement or not. Shareholder disputes can be arbitrated, and who knows, understand shareholder agreement better than company secretaries, who understand AOA better than company secretary. So it's not every kind of arbitration you have to do. You have to think what suits your expertise. Insolvency, maybe, but definitely shareholder agreement. Now, if you are a corporate legal advisor, should you advise your corporation to include that arbitration agreement? Again, do you anticipate operation and mismanagement claim, which may never be arbitrated? Or would it be just about redemption of share, equity share, preferential share, all those issues? Yes, they could be arbitrated. NCLT has the power to appoint an arbitrator in those kind of cases. So yes, you definitely have an opportunity. As Iram rightly pointed out, you can make mad money through ODR, because much of this arbitration you could also do through online platforms. And thus, there are 3 things you require if you want to succeed in this career, whether at the preventive level, strategic level, or execution level, which is training with an authentic institution, accreditation with institution like CR, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Singapore Institute of Arbitrators, or once we have our own Arbitration Council of India, which also has a mandate of training, or Mediation Council of India, and finally empanelment. You need to get empaneled. Start slow, start with ICSI, and then go bigger. Thank you so much for listening. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address, and especially the empanelment. Friends, on this occasion, I would like to state that Assam's Guwahati High Court has made empaneled list of arbitrators and technical experts also, who are registered valuers and all. They can go and apply themselves for the empanelment. Now we will start with the question answers with the panelists.
Let me tell you that each of the panelists will get only one question to answer. If time permits, we'll go for the second question. The first question to CS Avneet Singh ji. Despite significant advancements in ADR landscape, there are ongoing concerns regarding lack of a strong arbitration culture, inadequate infrastructure, and necessity for improved legislative support. What further actions are being contemplated by the government considering these concerns, please?
Thank you for the question. I think जो हम लोग सुबह भी बात कर रहे थे prior to the question answer session, the focus or India has had a culture of ad hoc arbitrations. Ad hoc arbitrations, where what happens is there is no supervision of the institution, and if there is no supervision of the institution, it continues to happen in the manner the arbitrator wants to do it. So from that, the focus has now shifted to doing arbitration in an institutional manner. If we go globally possibly 95% of arbitrations are done through institutions, and maybe 5% is ad hoc, which is the other way around in our country. So the focus after 2019 has been to ensure that all legislative and policy support is given, so that arbitrations now happen through institutions. And as I was saying, it's a great initiative by ICSI also to set up a center. Similar to that, I think now that the center has been set up for arbitration, or as it's called ADR, even mediation can be taken up by this center at the first instance, and you can have the head start, because once the Mediation Act is enforced in the entirety, you will always have the system ready to let it go up and running. So that is one of the steps which can possibly improve the ecosystem. That apart, legislatively also a lot of steps are being taken. As I was telling, in the last 11 years, the amendments to the Act have happened thrice. And we are also envisaging one more amendment for which public consultation is already over. So consistently an attempt is being made to ensure that legislation is up to the mark with global benchmarks, and it also suits the requirements of our country, because we are a large country, we are a diverse country. So we cannot possibly lift up best practices of Singapore and UK and put it in our act. So there is a conscious decision on the part of the government to ensure that the global benchmarks are also tailored made to our requirements. So that has been a consistent effort to then see that the entire ecosystem, legislative, policy, practice undergoes a change to suit the requirements of the stakeholders.
Thank you, sir. Venkat?
Yeah, this is question to Advocate Manu Manjim, Madam. Do you think ODR required a separate law or a conventional law will take care of the protection and other thing?
So, so far what we have in arbitration, there is no mention about ODR. And if we see mediation, there is mention about ODR. So we have mention about ODR that the online mediations can be conducted in under mediation law. But see, whenever there is a the process which will happen on ODR that required data protection, that required privacy, that required confidentiality, and the parties may not be having trust on ODR because they feel that how their documents, their discussions and their meetings will be secured. So that is the problem which we do not have so far. So what I feel is Arbitration Council of India and the Mediation Council of India will come up with the regulations and the protocols and the guidelines to conduct ODR. I think, Mr. Ravneet, am I right? So that is in the pipeline because I was in the committee which was made by the Ministry of Law and Justice for making rules on the Mediation Act. So I have assisted that committee and there we have discussed that on ODR, we should have a complete code and complete guidelines that how to conduct ODR this. So I don't think as this state we need in India, we need any separate law, but yes, convention we can think of because of the enforcement of international awards. So whereby, you know, if you sign, there is a problem now which is happening in the United Nations Working Group 2. The paper is now getting ready on the enforcement of electronic award. And whereby the problem which we are facing is that they have said that the signature which is been on the award is something which needs to be checked by the country where it is come for the enforcement. So that is something which is under the thing, and we feel that there could be a convention on the digital signature which can be having a uniformity, or either that can be an addition to the New York Convention, something. So that is underway, sir.
Thank you.
Next question to CS Nisar Ahmed, sir. How can we encourage businesses and companies to adopt ADR mechanism in their contracts and dispute resolution strategies? How can successfully case studies of ADR be utilized to demonstrate its effectiveness and encourage its adoption, please?
Thank you very much for this question. Before I go into the answering your question, I would like to have one more statement to make that what International ADR Center of the Institute has already been finalized and circulated to all our members. Those who are viewing us through virtual mode or those who are there in the physical mode must take it forward. Yesterday also we discussed about the dissemination of this particular the contract agreement and draft clauses. But Mr. Narasimhan was the president in the previous year, and we have finalized and has been circulated. And I'm sure everybody must have got it. Let the institute to start with on continuous basis to say those who are in the employment, those who are in practice, they must start adopting the standard clauses for drafting of any contracts, contract management issues. If you can add the standard very good templates, it would be giving a very good result to the International ADR Center, which Institute is embarking upon. So that is the appeal particularly to all my. The second, my observation is Guwahati is functioning as a, NCLT is there. I happen to be the task force chairman of the National Task Force. I am appealing to all the members from Guwahati or Northeast region to take advantage of appearing before the NCLT bench because the president of the NCLT has been now making a mention that company secretaries are not coming forth before the Guwahati bench. So my request would be, since we are sitting in Guwahati and though there was no specific things, as a chairman of task force, it's my appeal to all of you to please join hands and start appearing before the NCLT under 251, 252 matters, 230, 232 matters, etc., etc. Now, the answering to this question, this, as I mentioned, this ADR is very rapidly evolving field, especially within the corporate sector, where companies often enter into various business relations and agreements, and the institute to encourage through its members in the adoption of ADR, alternate dispute, by highlighting the time and efficiency, cost efficiency, very important part. But two part, because litigation is a modality of litigation, as mentioned in my opening part, that we have around 44 lakhs cases in the high courts. I'm sorry, at that time mentioned something different. And lower courts is having 1 crore 9 lakhs cases. This is a pendency. Now look at this, in this scenario, after this dissemination or after this implementation of Mediation Act and the Arbitration Amendment, which is already 2024, what Mr. Arora mentioned, it's going to be a very, very robust kind of thing. My experience of dealing for 5 years for NSE, BSE in northern region, mortality of any dispute is only taking 3 months maximum. 3-4 hearings and that's all. And pleadings completed and then 2-3 hearings and then conclude. Pass an order. If they are not interested, go 34 appeal to High Court. But 90%, my experience is, my 5 years association with them earlier, that 90% of the case gets settled and all the parties are now settling together. They are not going to prefer an appeal, 34 appeal before the High Court. So that's a very important part. Promoting the confidentiality is another part which we have to propagate in the encouraging the business one. Emphasizing pre-litigation kind of dispute resolution, which is faster and less adversarial. These are the points which I thought of picking at things, answering to your question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this question is for Mr. Chirag. Sir, you have mentioned about international arbitration. Now the question is, the draft Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill 2024 proposes a bifurcation in the definition of the court for domestic and international arbitration. How will this change and affect the jurisdictional clarity and efficiency of arbitration proceedings in India?
In order to answer this question, first we need to understand what is international arbitration. International arbitration, as we understand in Indian context, is very different from how it is perceived in UNCITRAL. We are an UNCITRAL compliant country, but not on the definition of international arbitration. For us, international arbitration means there should be foreign national, foreign company, foreign entity. That would be called as an international arbitration. Now, generally speaking, the emphasis in international arbitration is neutrality. I am a Malaysian party, you are an Indian party. You won't agree on Malaysia as a seat, I will not agree on India as a seat. We will choose Singapore as a seat. Because what we want court of the neutral country to be the arbiter in case a dispute arises. So the central focus of international arbitration is neutrality. And that's why usually it's a broader negotiation. They would say if the substantive law which will resolve the dispute would be of India, then let's say the choice of seat would be as per us. Let us make that call. So there's some kind of balance of power in that scenario. So first of all, we need to understand the dynamics behind choosing why we choose international arbitration and why we choose a particular seat, whatever we choose. Now coming to the question, the definition of court. In order to understand the definition of court, we need to go back to the genesis from the case of Bhatia International, Balco, 2015 amendment and now. Let's be very clear. Generally speaking, when it is a foreign seated arbitration, Indian courts do not have any business. Bhatia judgment said we do have a business. Balco judgment said we do not have a business. 2015 amendment said we do have a business only for two purposes. Section 9, interim relief. Section 27, assistance of court. Third, if you still want Section 9 and 27 to go away, enter into an express agreement that you don't want Part 1 to apply. Otherwise, default mode is, even in international seated arbitration, two sections will apply. That's 2015 amendment. That's where we stood prior to proposed 2024. Wherein now we are saying that if it is domestic arbitration, it will go to your district court, and if it is an international arbitration, it will go to the High Court. That's the simple distinction. The idea is the kind of expertise which is debatable, available at the High Court. High Court probably would be well suited to determine Section 9 application. If at all Section 11 application is also coming, or Section 8 anti-suit injunctions, anti-arbitration injunction, there are a number of applications which might come to Indian court. So the idea is Indian courts will be better suited. So understanding from this hierarchy, from this chronology, that's the significance of this proposed amendment.
I will tell you one example. Basically, when I was Director Finance and CFO in Hindustan Aeronautics, Bangalore, one day what has happened, because after attending Russian meeting, I had just gone back to my son, USA. After returning to India, then I have gone. So I was in US. I didn't have any book, any paper from the HAL side. Suddenly, Defense Secretary called me, Misra, you come to Moscow, I am also coming to Moscow. Embassy will send you all ticket, every arrangement, but you have to be there. And then I told, I don't have any detail and I don't have any experience in international, how we will sort out this international dispute. And I was not matured because I have not worked in at that time NCLT or NCLAT. In any case, it was a direction I went. I only asked my son, can you take me to Harvard? Slightly I will see their library, then I will find out how to sort out this. So there was an American case, I have forgotten that name. It was mentioned whenever there is a dispute between the two friendly countries, the best way is to sort out on table. That they have provided a procedure. I asked Harvard, that library fellow, because like India, we will always go with some money to make photocopy. That fellow smiled and he gave me the photocopy, all the photocopy what I wanted, 3-4 pages. With that page, when I was in Russia, from the Russian government side, their Minister for Defense, State Minister for Defense was there. And from our side, Defense Secretary and myself was there. Because my chairman, he was puzzled, he didn't did that. So, then at that time, interpreter was there to explain. Then we told, we are friendly, listen. It was a matter of closing one joint venture company, it was not working effectively. So you know, Russian side, both sides, they will tell in their language, you will explain, tell in English, so it takes time. So we gave, material fact was given by both the sides. Thereafter we told, it is better we must close by today evening. Russian side, first they discussed among themselves, then they told, okay. Now that issue, then they gave some figure that this much amount and India side will have to pay and Russia side, all those things. Then I told, if we refer this matter either to arbitration or we go to, as usual, the international court, what we will get? Our TADA bill itself will be more than this amount. Then that fellow, their finance man was also there, he calculated. Then he told it is better to discuss in the evening and sort out. So sometime I can tell you, table talk can sort out most of the issue. When I was in NCLT Bangalore, let me tell you openly, one case was there. Now IBC came recently, so that fellow was asking, he has asked for this money. At that time money was there, I didn't pay. Now he has brought this case against me. And I am prepared to pay him the amount. He is not taking the check. He is demanding from me 36%. Then my brother judge was very short-tempered judge. He told Misraji how much maximum penalty I can fix. I told him without reading any law, you fix the penalty as much as the principal amount is there. Because if the party, you are paying him the full amount and the party is demanding for some 3 months time 36%, forget about the law. It is a natural thing. So most of the law, I can tell you, or most of the thing, most of the dispute, as company secretary I have seen you in appearing, always apply your first hand whatever your mind says. Law is virtually blind. Even if I have fixed that penalty amount, perhaps High Court may not have reduced much more than 50%. Thank you.
Floor is open only for one question. That will be from Ashish Mohanji, Secretary ICSI.
So, yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know from Mr. Chirag Balian, because during his address he pointed out one very specific, significant point, especially with regard to international commercial arbitration. You said that when the seat is some outside country, say UK or Singapore or any other country, and the matter is regarding insolvency or say operation and mismanagement, it is possible that arbitration proceedings can happen elsewhere, not in India. So when you said that India is looking for becoming an international arbitration center here, so don't you think then the most important thing is that there should be a policy intervention where arbitration proceedings can be opened for all these legal legislations? Otherwise, every time we will get under this trap. Just your observation, please.
Sir, we can't have a uniformity on this aspect. Indian law aligns with Singapore and many more countries. England is the departure, point one. Point two, India as a hub of international arbitration, we think we can do it by law. England is the hub of international arbitration. They are not UNCITRAL country. Paris is the hub, the originator of international arbitration, not UNCITRAL country. Singapore, recent hub, UNCITRAL country. India, UNCITRAL country. So why Paris is hub, London is hub, Singapore is hub? It is the culture. They have good universities which offer best of the world program. They don't just have Indian lawyers, they have transnational lawyers. Now we have opened the market to the foreign law firms. Singapore in their commercial court also has the foreign judges. So idea is what drives the trust of the foreign investor in Indian court? What drives the trust of the foreign investor in the enforcement of contracts in India? That's the pivotal factor. Rules in India are as good as any other country. What kind of good accreditation programs? And then coupled with the events which happened like a month back, wherein Indian Supreme Court retired judge was an arbitrator. His award went to Singapore and it was set aside because of plagiarism. Now these are also the factors which affects the legitimacy of the country in becoming hub. And most important, every country is a hub, and now I am canvassing for me. Every country which is a hub, the topmost arbitrators are academics. They are neither lawyer, they are no judges. They are technical people like CS engineers. If we keep the business only to lawyer and judges, that doesn't serve the purpose. We have Arbitration Bar of India, 26 lawyers. No academic, no CS, no technical person. Where is diversity? Unless you have diversity, how do you become hub? Take any leading name who is a leading arbitrator in the world and tell me that person is not an academic person or is not a technical person. lawyer brings an adversarial mindset in the arbitration. Adversarial mindset is not good for arbitration, it's not good for mediation, and that's the biggest bottleneck for India. Thank you.
Just add a point to what has been said, because there was a point on policy intervention. So, as you have rightly pointed out, the seat of arbitration being outside India and the interplay with insolvency cannot be relatable, because insolvency is something which is judgment in rem, and whereas the offshoot or the response or the result of arbitration is something which is in persona. So even otherwise insolvency में तो arbitration हो भी नहीं सकती. जहाँ तक चिराग जी का point था on making India a hub of international commercial arbitration, a very valid point that possibly बाहर के देशों में क्या है, arbitration itself is taken as a profession. People don't do arbitration as a part-time job. हमारे यहाँ पे क्या है, जो हमारे वकील हैं या हमारे जो जजेस हैं या जो वो कोर्ट आवर्स के बाद arbitration करते हैं. So that is the biggest change which is required, apart from what we have been saying about moving from ad hoc to institutional. Again, the rule is कि संस्थागत arbitration होगी तो वो focused होगी, ad hoc होगी तो वो जैसा कहा गया कि जो अभी जो कर रहे हैं जजेस यहाँ वो continue करते रहेंगे. So 2 points possibly, more of formalization of the process along with making it a full-time.
Thank you, sir. Now I request C. Dwarkanath, sir, Council Member, to conclude this session by giving vote of thanks.
Thank you, Venkatramana. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their valuable insights and expertise on the topic of this session, alternate dispute resolution. The panelists shed light on the current landscape of ADR in India, the challenges we must navigate, and immense potential ADR holds for the fast-track dispute resolution. The panelists have effectively articulated that the core objective of ADR mechanism is to elevate the judiciary workload and ensure swift and equitable justice for disputing parties. ADR mechanism also promote amicable settlement, facilitate constructive outcomes, and help in preserving relationships as well. We examine how ADR provides companies with efficient and cost-effective ways to resolve disputes while protecting their reputation and ensuring compliance with legal frameworks. We discussed that a company's commitment to ADR enhances its integrity and reliability in the eyes of stakeholders by showcasing a proactive approach to the dispute management. The discussions also explored significant legislative reforms that have strengthened India's arbitration framework, including amendments to the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996, enactment of India International Arbitration Center Act 2019 and Mediation Act 2023, establishment of dedicated ADR centers and the ICSI International ADR Center, the upcoming Alternative Dispute Resolution Center in GIFT IFSC, and technology-driven solutions like online dispute resolution that are transforming India's approach to dispute resolution. These reforms are designed to enhance ADR framework and ensure a greater efficiency, accessibility, and affordability. Collectively, they mark a substantial progress towards fostering a more conducive dispute resolution ecosystem in India. We also discussed the vital role of company secretaries in ADR, emphasizing their expertise in corporate governance, legal compliance, and negotiation as essential skills for fostering prompt and effective dispute resolution. By navigating complex regulatory frameworks and facilitating constructive dialogue, they can be instrumental in resolving corporate disputes and ensuring sustainable solutions. We also examined the need to continuously foster awareness and understanding of ADR among corporates and stakeholders, and discuss how showcasing successful case studies and promoting best practices can drive wider ADR adoption to strengthen its role in dispute resolution. To conclude, today's discussions have underscored the critical importance of establishing a robust and effective ADR ecosystem as a strategic necessity for India's economic and legal landscape. By investing in training and capacity building programs for the professionals involved in ADR, we can cultivate a new generation of skilled practitioners who are adept at navigating complex disputes. Thank you for the esteemed panelists for sharing their valuable expertise and championing a culture of amicable dispute resolution through ADR. Your insights have not only enriched our understanding but also have inspired us to actively engage in fostering a more collaborative approach to the resolving disputes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. As we approach the concluding moments of the session, it is my honor and privilege to express our heartfelt appreciation to the dignitaries who have graced us with their valuable presence, time, and insights. To mark this occasion, we would now like to present mementos to our esteemed guests. I now request CS Amit Parekh, past chairman, Guwahati chapter, to please come on the dais and present a memento to our learned panelist, CS Avneet Singh Arora. Mr. Amit Parekh. Please put your hands together. I now request CS Praveen Chached, past chairman, CS Pankaj Jain, to please join us on the dais to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ashok Kumar Mishra, council member and government nominee. Thank you, sir, for your precious time. Please put your hands together. Thank you, sir. I now request CS Bimal Devnath, past chairman, CS Narayan Sharma, past chairman, to please join us on the dais and present a memento to our learned panelist, CS Nisar Ahmed ji. तालियां बजा दीजिए प्लीज. I now request CS Rakesh Agarwala, CS Vishal Harlalka, Vice Chairman EIRC, to please join us on the dais and present a memento to our proficient panelist advocate Irram Majid. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion today and addressing the Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. I now request CS Anush Saraswat ji, Chairman EIRC, to join us on the dais and present a memento to our proficient panelist, Chirag Balyan ji. I now request CS Suresh Pandey ji to please join us on the dais to present a memento to Chirag Balyan ji. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chirag ji, for coming and guiding us. Thank you, everyone. Your perspectives have truly expanded our understanding of ADR as a critical skill for governance professional. Thanks again to all our distinguished speakers for this enlightening session. Thank you so much. No, we have one, we have few releases after that. We'll have one group photograph first. as well. Now our last release is MSME and Startup Helpline. The next release. The ICSI, with an intent of creating a platform for resolving the issues and challenges being faced by the MSME and startup entities, is launching two helplines: MSME Helpline, msme@icsi.edu, Startup Helpline, startup@icsi.edu. Not only will these helplines aid in resolution of queries pertaining to applicable laws and provide guidance in compliance obligations, but will also be a forum for seeking expert advice on challenging legislative matters for these entities. Please put your hand together. Thank you so much. These releases will certainly serve as a beacon of knowledge for the fraternity, enabling professionals to navigate the dynamic regulatory landscape with strategies, clarity, and confidence. Thank you so much. We are starting our next technical session in a short while. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a session that invites us to look beyond the conventional, think beyond the ordinary, and act beyond boundaries. Welcome to the fourth technical session of this national conference, themed Expanding Horizons, Leveraging Various Opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I now invite on dais Mr. Jeevan Sonparote, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India, as chair of this session. Council, ICSI International ADR Center. Dr. Agay Tripathi, Deputy Director, Consulting Agents for Impact. Mr. Santosh Jairam, Adjunct Professor of Practice School of Sustainable Futures, Amrit Vishwas Vidyapeetham, to the dais for our fourth technical session on expanding horizons, leveraging various opportunities. I would also like to invite on dais our session coordinators, CS Rupanjana De, Council Member, the ICSI, and CS Suresh Pandey, Council Members, the ICSI, for our fourth technical session on expanding horizons, leveraging various opportunities. I now request CS Dhananjay Shukla, President ICSI, to please come on the dais and welcome Mr. Jeevan Sonparote, Executive Director, Securities Exchange Board of India. Mr. Jeevan Sonparote is handling the Market Intermediaries Regulation and Supervision Department of SEBI since the year 2023. He joined SEBI in the year 1995 and has worked in many departments since then. He worked in Secondary Market Department from 1995 to 2003, handling administration and inspection of stockbrokers, stock exchange policy divisions. I now request CS Dwarka Nath Sir, Council Member, to please come on the dais and welcome Ms. Ravi Birbal, Advocate, Supreme Court and Delhi High Court, and Member, Governing Council, ICSI International ADR Center. Ms. Ravi Birbal has been a practicing advocate since 2003, specializing in various legal domains within the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court of India. Over the years, she has successfully argued numerous significant cases and has provided legal representation and advisory services to various PSUs. I now request CS Rupanjana De, Council Member ICSI, to please come forward and welcome Dr. Agay Tripathi, Deputy Director, Consulting Agents for Impact. Dr. Agay Tripathi is a sustainability and ESG expert with over 18 years of experience in inclusive finance, sustainable development, and social impact across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Pacific countries. Currently serving as a Deputy Director at Agents for Impact, Germany, he leads ESG due diligence, sustainability strategy, and impact assurance. I now request CS Suresh Pandey, Council Member ICSI, to please come forward and welcome Mr. Santosh Jairam, Adjunct Professor of Practice, School of Sustainable Futures, Amrit Vishwas Vidyapeetham. Mr. Santosh Jairam is Adjunct Professor of Practice at Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, Amrit Vishwas Vidyapeetham. He also functions as advisor to a couple of corporates. I now request our session coordinator, CS Rupanjana De, Council Member, the ICSI, to please give brief introduction of the sub-theme of the session and take the session ahead.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and I welcome you to this last but a very important session for this National PCS Conference in Guwahati. This is the fourth technical session, and the topic on the topic expanding horizons, leveraging various opportunities. I would like to begin with a quote that perfectly fits this particular session, which is, "There's nothing unattainable to the one who has courage and who works hard." This quote appears, it's appropriate for this particular sub-theme. And as we navigate an increasingly complex business environment brimming with unprecedented opportunities and challenges for professionals in general and CS professionals in particular. In an era where our country is taking huge strides towards the Viksit Bharat as an objective, as a mission, new age opportunities are unfolding before the profession of company secretaries with rapid growth, digital transformation, liberal reforms. The role of company secretaries have evolved from compliance-focused position to that of strategic partner, strategic advisors to businesses, guiding organizations through governance challenges, compliance management, global uncertainties, changing business environment, ESG, and so much more. The progressive approach of our government has resulted in achieving remarkable milestones over the last decade, a little more than a decade. India has around 7,500 listed entities today and 118 thriving unicorn startups, a surge in the number of companies and LLPs being incorporated on a daily basis in the country, a staggering US 1 trillion FDI since April 2020, and ongoing free trade agreements with developing and developed nations around the world. This stands as a testament to a rapidly evolving economy making its mark across the global industries and making it one of the top five biggest economies in the world. The robust growth and development across nearly every sector of the economy have opened up very significant opportunities for the company secretary in specialized domains like the direct and indirect taxation, audits, CSR, climate-related compliances, corporate governance, etc. The company secretaries have expertise in providing total compliance solutions and imbibing good corporate governance practices. We need to, this is the time to introspect and position ourselves as a professional who can take advantage of all these opportunities for helping India reach the become a Viksit Bharat. With ever-evolving regulatory and legislative frameworks, the company secretaries are no longer limited to mere compliance and secretarial functions in companies, but are well equipped to advise on legal, procedural, and compliance-related aspects of audits, ESG, taxation, including direct taxation, which aligns, and also GST, which aligns closely with the corporate law, which happened to be our core area once upon a time, but now we have evolved over so many other domains as well. Now CSR and much more other areas also there. So Section 204 of the Companies Act mandates secretarial audit for certain classes of companies, which include reporting on compliance with applicable statutes. Now this brings conformity of all the applicable laws within the direct purview of the responsibilities of a company secretary. So it's not just the Companies Act that we must be concentrating on, so all other laws applicable to a given organization should also be within our purview. It is a matter of pride that our profession has witnessed significant growth over the last few years, and the increasing number of recognitions accorded to the profession displays the confidence reposed in the profession by the regulators and the government, and for instilling ethical corporate consciousness and corporate culture in the country, and being one of the professions that can actually help the country towards its goal, towards Viksit Bharat. Expansion paves the way for new possibilities. The world of the 21st century is looking towards India with hopes, and by 2047 we aim for becoming a global leader. In this journey, the role of India's corporate sector and professionals like the company secretaries becomes fundamental. As our economy opens further to global markets, the company secretaries will need to stay up to date with the latest developments, not only in the country but also globally, and continuously upgrade their skills, learn and relearn, learn, unlearn and relearn rather. So to those who adapt to the emerging advancements shall overcome the associated challenges in the profession, in the industry, and it will help them to take the lead ahead. So with that, I would actually request our session chair, Mr. Sonaparte, to take it over. We would like to hear it from you to start with, and then you can take it over from here, sir. Thank you very much.
Namaskar. So it's close to lunchtime. It's past our lunchtime. So I won't keep you away from your lunch for too long. So let me give you some food for thought before you have food for stomach. First of all, thank you ICSI and SEBI for making this happen here, and my presence here is thanks to SEBI. Regulator generally has the last word, so this last session I would just want to give some of my words. Before we say anything, SEBI बोलता है disclaimer होना चाहिए, तो मेरे लिए भी disclaimer apply होता है. Sir, these are my personal views, not necessarily been subscribed by my institution, so please keep that in mind. So history is important because we are talking of horizons, the future. Why is history important? Is so that you know where we are today and what we were yesterday and what is going to be the future. So if you see that in perspective, you know how fast, what is the growth that is happening, how fast things are changing. So if you look at history up to since 2000 until 2020, you would have seen that in most of the SEBI regulations, you would have seen that the audit perspective was provided only to one particular profession. Since 2000, at least 4 to 5 regulations have undergone change, where SEBI's endeavor has been to rationalize the role of auditors. So if it's financial audit, who does it? If it is going to be secretarial audit, who's going to do it? If it's any other audit, who does it? So over a period of 4.5 years, we did that for the ICDR, the LODR, the delisting regulations, SAST, the buyback regulations, and also the ESOPs. It also required provisionings across exchange circulars, guidelines, SOPs. So those roles we thought fit for company secretaries shall now solely be done by company secretary, and the option to have another auditor or another profession sit in and do that, that has been done away with. In the midst of this, when we are looking at horizon, I think the ICSI should do extensive study of the other regulations that SEBI has and try to see what is the role that they can carve out exclusively for this company secretary as a profession. So that is something that the ICSI, the institute, should be able to do. So one of the colleagues on the panel has been associated with one of the unique experiments that India as a jurisdiction has entailed on. That is the social stock exchange. So here is one field where the ICSI has done good and should do more. And for the professionals in the company secretary as a profession, I think you already have 6 firms that are so-called social impact assessors. I think this number needs to grow because as on date, there are at least 18 listed social enterprises on the stock exchange. And we have only 6 firms across 2 institutions. So that is something that we need to do from the ICSI side. Viksit Bharat, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Amrit Mahotsav that we will be celebrating, this cannot be done without the participation of each and every stakeholder, be it the regulator, be it professional bodies like you. So my request to you, or I am exhorting the entire profession, like you have banks adopt districts for development. The aspirational districts that has been identified by Niti Aayog, ICSI should adopt one of those districts for ensuring that the NGOs located in that district get some hand-holding to get onto this social stock exchange platform so that all the accountability and transparency associated with the social stock exchange is brought out there in that particular district, and you can have more development in those aspirational districts. There is a need to reinvent the role of CS. There are a lot of expectations from the regulator, there is a lot of expectations from your constituency, the companies, and your primary constituents, the investors or the consumers of your services. A lot of expectations, the need that you are also considered as sometimes a whistleblower, also an extended hand of the regulator. When we speak from the regulatory side, you are considered as the extended arm because some of the provisions require you to raise any non-compliance directly with the regulator. Let's say PIT requires you to do that. So those things really show the confidence that the regulator or the stakeholders have with respect to this particular profession. And it is up to the profession to stand up and stay true to that faith or confidence that the regulators have shown. Practically, we would see you as gatekeepers of conscience for the business as a whole. We also need to see how we can fortify the role and make it crucial as well as empowered. So for example, today, the provisions require that if an auditor resigns, he is required to explain himself. So why can't we as company secretaries become that critical, that crucial, that resignation should provide some kind of a gateway? And there are reasons why it happens. So not necessarily that the company secretary resigning on personal grounds. It's something that he has pointed out and that's not found comfortable because compliance is always seen as a hurdle to success. It's not considered as a stepping stone to success. So that is something that we need to correct within the institution mechanism, whether it is companies, whether it is the strategy that you guys are, the companies are following. So this is where the call is to make the company secretary as a crucial and a vital part of what companies run today. One of the challenges your profession deals with, and some of the earlier panel members also mentioned, is about supervisory technology and regulatory. So SupTech and RegTech are a great threat to your profession. What it simply means today is that technology has made compliance very easy. Where you would have required a team of 4 or 5 people, today, without a company secretary or with just one stamp of a company secretary, technology can do the job that 5 or 6 CSS would have replaced. In fact, one of your sponsors, Board Pact, you would have seen what they do as far as minuting, as far as keeping documents and everything is concerned. So that replaces the entire CS team as far as the company is concerned. The other thing is AI. So earlier panelists also mentioned about AI. I think the greatest threat to AI has created the greatest threat to 2 or 3 professions. One of it is lawyers. Some say it's doctors, but I don't believe it. But the other is going to be CS, because it's a related role, compliance. So this is something that the CS industry or CS profession has to be very conscious about. How do we tackle this particular thing? How do we make ourselves relevant despite so many sea changes that are happening there? There are 1 or 2 things that SEBI has been trying to do. One is, how do we train our company secretaries when they do a compliance audit? So when you do a compliance audit today, I think the compliance certificate is a tick box exercise as far as the company secretary is concerned. It lacks the regulatory perspective as to what we are seeking through getting your company secretary certificate or compliance certificate from a company secretary. The expectations are not being met. So what we are trying to do, along with the Company Secretary Institute as well as ICAI as well as the ICMA, is to build out some kind of a study material which provides you the perspective of the expectations of the regulator and how you would want to, how the regulator expects you to perform the role of a compliance officer, or for that matter, providing that compliance certificate on a particular issue. So right now we are at least getting to the final stages of bringing out material which will train you guys to think like a regulator, and then we would be able to satisfy the expectations that regulator has with respect to this particular aspect. I think third and last point I would want to mention is that ICSI again needs to be much more proactive when it comes to investor issues. For example, you would have heard that SEBI and IEPFA recently held in Niveshak Shivir in Pune. So that is a unique experiment between 2 regulators, where the MIs and the 2 regulators, the IEPFA and SEBI, got together to hear what complaints investors had, where their shares have either gone into the IEPFA or they are in the midst of going there from the 3 to 7 year period. We heard we budgeted at least for 200, we heard about 450 guys we entertained, investors we entertained in that particular Shivir. This is where the ICSI can play a role. Why cannot ICSI join hands with the IEPFA, SEBI, and conduct Shivirs across the length and breadth, because you have the infrastructure here. And your members are available at all those locations. We should continuously strive to ensure that our investors get the best deal out of whatever investments they have done, and whatever best our services, whether as a regulator or whether as ICSI Institute, we can provide to these particular investors. I'm sure wherever there are challenges, there will always be opportunities. So while I don't want to paint a very grim picture, while AI may be endangering our jobs, but it is very crucial that we make ourselves relevant and try to do something different, that we will be able to make continue to be relevant in this particular profession. With that, I end this particular thing. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your detailed and very wonderful deliberation. So now I request Ms. Rabi Birbal to give her opening address. She is an eminent lawyer.
Thank you for inviting me to your spectacular and impeccably organized program. Yesterday, a lot was being talked about economic empowerment. Now, I am talking about labor laws, which is the most important economic law for any country in the world. If you just look at the Indian Constitution, labor law comes under the concurrent list, which means both center and state can enact laws with respect to labor laws. If you look at internationally, we have got International Labor Organization pioneering into human rights. We have got the Beijing Declaration talking about women empowerment and their labor rights, and there are many other international covenants also. If just in India we see, we have got battery of labor laws. For example, if you're working in a factory, you're governed by Factories Act 1948. If you're working in a shop and establishment, you're governed by the Shop and Establishment Act of respective state. If you're working in a mine or plantation, you're governed by Mines Act or Plantation Act. If you're working in construction industry, you're governed by the Building and Other Construction Workers Act of 1996. If you're into feature films, Cine, you're governed by the Cine Workers Act. And if you're a medical representative, then you're governed by the Sales Promotion Employees Act. So there are no dearth of laws. If we look at the social security schemes, we have got the Minimum Wages Act of 1948. For Provident Fund, which is given to you when you quit these services, you've got the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 1952. For medical benefits, you've got the Employee State Insurance Act of 1948. For gratuitous payment, which is given to you when you quit your services after completion of 5 years of service, you've got the Payment of Gratuity Act of 1972. For bonus every year, you've got the Payment of Bonus Act 1965. And in fact, very interestingly, very recently, just 2 weeks back, on 30th of May 2025, Ministry of Corporate Affairs have come with a notification that compliances with respect to prevention of sexual harassment and maternity benefit will have to be specifically mentioned in your board reports. That's a very positive and a very recent development that has taken place. Now, even if you look at outsourcing, see, a lot of a population of our country and even overseas, a lot of workers are being outsourced. A lot of work is being outsourced to a 3-tier system, which is governed by the Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act of 1970. So there are no dearth of laws, but what we really lack is the implementation and the awareness of it. As company secretaries, I would say, it's not valuable for you to have just the information of labor laws. Rather, it's mandatory for you to have the full knowledge of labor laws. You are looking into, as company secretaries, the legal issue, the governance issue. You have to be an advisor to the board of directors. And let me tell you, a company secretary who has got knowledge of labor laws is preferred to the one who doesn't, because a violation of labor law can result in interest, compensation, damages, colossal liabilities, and even prosecution of the directors. It's going to be in the benefit of your own employment also if you have the knowledge of labor laws. In fact, let me also tell you that not just for your own benefit, for your own growth, for your company's benefit, but there's a famous quote which says that hands that serve are holier than the lips that pray. You company secretaries, you have got the numbers. If you have the right knowledge of labor laws, you can take it to the remotest parts of the country and fulfills government motto of making India as the human resource capital of the world. We have got population with the right knowledge, the right skills for implementation of implementation of acts like Apprentices Act. We can actually convert our vast population into India's biggest boon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi ji, for your deliberation. Now I request Mr. Santosh Jairam ji, who is doing wonderful job in CSR and sustainability. So kindly give your opening remarks, sir.
First of all, thank you for having me here. It has been a wonderful event, and being part of it, so nice. I was introduced as a professor at Amrita, but that I thought I should say that the more reason why I'm invited to these events is not because I'm a professor, but I've been a partner, ex-partner with KPMG, leading one of the biggest sustainability consulting practices, and from there, I've been invited by SEBI to be part of some of those committees which came out with the regulations as well as the social stock exchange. So that's where I come from. And before I get to what I want to say is, I was just asking, this is the last session for your event, and we are talking about sustainability, ESG, CSR. And for me, it just reflects like the board agenda, the last point. I'm really sorry to bring it out, but I think what I'm trying to do here is, can I push this agenda point of sustainability and ESG and CSR, a couple of notch. I'm not kind of envisaging that it will be right there on the top of the agenda anytime soon, but at least what I'm going to say, maybe all of you should try to push it a couple of agendas more. See, the whole of the sustainability is about, it's just like quality in the 90s, right? In the 90s, you saw quality as a big revolution which came in, and some of you who have been there, and I'm quite sure many of you looking at you, you have been there. In the companies, you would definitely see that you had a quality control department, you had a quality assurance department, you had a quality process department. But when you look back now, are they there? No. It just gets integrated into every profession. Now, when you are doing it, you want to do it in quality, or for example, manufacturing is done in quality, so it just gets integrated. Sustainability will go that way. So every professional or every profession have a role in furthering the sustainability. But more so for the company secretaries now, mainly because there is a proliferation of sustainability regulations. I do not know in India how many of you have heard beyond BRSR, but if you have operations in any other countries around the world, you should be careful. For example, the latest Californian rule. If you are doing business in California and your overall turnover is more than 1 billion, you come under that. Or for example, the European regulation, or for example, the Australian regulation. Now, madam, I cannot match you with the kind of passion which you spoke, but I take one thing from her is, for example, a regulation called modern slavery. How many of you heard of this? And many of your companies are complying. And I can tell you one of the leading companies, being a consultant, I have been working with them. One of the leading companies had to have this modern slavery policy across 6 countries. And when I started looking into those policies, each one of them is written differently by a different person. And when I asked who is kind of monitoring this, nobody. And the kind of things which are written over there has been like, you know, people, consultants like me use the best words to prepare a policy. It has been prepared, but there is no monitoring, there is nothing. And when I asked who signed this policy, oh, those people have left. So there are international policies, regulations around sustainability which is evolving, and this is going to be something very serious. And in your profession, I'm quite sure that this is something which has to be kept in mind, that earlier sustainability was voluntary. It is post 2020, the regulatory proliferation has really started. Every day there is a new regulation around sustainability coming around the world. So I would say that keep yourself updated. The second one, which I find that the CS role is critical, is integrating this into corporate governance. Every committee of the board has a role here. For example, the risk management committee. Climate risk is not something which is far off. We already have the bankruptcies because of climate change, which has already started happening. It's not far. Risks are precipitating. So the risk management committee has to include, for example, the climate risk, or for example, any other ESG risk, some of the things which she mentioned about diversity and all. For example, the audit committee, the SEBI regulation requires you to do an assurance. Now, who approves this assurance agency? It has to be part of the audit committee. Internal audit has to now include this, because at the end of the day, you don't want surprises from the external auditor, right? So it has to be part of that. Remuneration committee. Now, there are many questions asked to the CEOs about the ESG performance of the company and how it is connected to their pay. So naturally, the remuneration committee has to integrate this as part of their remit. So likewise, I can go on and on. Every committee of the board will now have to integrate sustainability as part of their remit. Also, you know, the last thing I would say is that we all have mentioned about AI. AI definitely will take over many of the compliance roles. But compliance, as we all say, it is not just the letter, it's the spirit. I don't think AI can develop that spirit anytime soon. And that spirit is with all of you. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santosh sir. Now I request Dr. Agay Tripathi ji to give his opening remark. And Agay ji से जब आज से 3 साल पहले मेरी मुलाकात हुई कैपिटल मार्केट के प्रोग्राम में, तो अगय जी ने बताया कि आगे 3 साल में क्या होने वाला है ESG और सस्टेनेबिलिटी में, और मुझे आज देख के हैरानी होती है कि वो सब एक्यूरेट जैसे आपने बताया था वैसे ही हुआ. तो आई रिक्वेस्ट अगय जी टू प्लीज गिव योर रिमार्क, ओपनिंग रिमार्क, एंड देन आई विल आस्क सम क्वेश्चंस आल्सो.
Thank you, and I hope I can take a liberty of sitting and speaking.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ICSI for involving me not only today, but I think I was like partner with ICSI from module development for course designing and so on. And the good part is that means the youngsters should understand that if the institute is able to proactively design something new which is upcoming in the market, I believe you always have to see that yes, you are in good hands and somebody is looking after you, somebody is thinking about you. I can see many young faces here. I believe it's not the AC only or the food only which is keeping you stick here. I believe the overall topic, and which is a topic which is like in very demand, right? Everybody is talking about ESG, everybody is talking about that how compliances and ESG work together, and how you want to make money out of it, right? Or how you want to make your career out of it. So let me be like precise in my discussion, like how you should look at it forward and how you can take the current scenario where the corporates are working or where the compliances are required and where you can fit in yourself, right? A quick question from you all. How many of you have seen the BRSR reporting standard or the reporting format? Please raise up your hand. How many of you have seen BRSR reporting format? Right. So that's the reality. And the reality is that we are working in a sector, we are working in the compliance sector, and we do not know what exactly is BRSR, why it has been introduced, why you should know about it, and if you do not know that, exactly how you want to make upon your career into this, right? So BRSR is something which is a reporting tool or a reporting format where most of the companies, currently the 1,000 listed companies, they have to report on it. It talks about the business sustainability reporting, and within the sustainability framework, there is some term which is called ESG, environment, social and governance. It comes into that. And when we talk about sustainability, sustainability should be looked from 3 lenses. The financial sustainability of the company, for that CAs are well trained, you should not get into that. Social sustainability is something you are trying for that because social impact assessments and social audit courses and so many things are being introduced. And then the last part is your G, the governance. How the governance structure is there, whether the companies can do the process, whether the processes are right or not, right? If I ask you a question, a very simple question, that whatever you are doing in your due diligence, whether it is acceptable by those investors who are asking for those due diligence, do they have complete trust on whatever reports you have filled in or whatever formats you have built in? The answer will be that foreign investors are not only looking at the completeness of the form or the completeness of the template, they're also asking something new. They're also asking something further, right? And for that, you need to like update yourself into certain thematic areas. You are new and you should also focus upon that, yes, you are a company secretary or you have passed the exam, you are now entitled to do some compliances and all that. But what is your core? Are you going to to be in the finance sector? Are you going to be in some kind of manufacturing sector or some kind of service sector? If you're not able to decide that, because all the sustainability rules changes as soon as you change your thematic areas. Why we are doing it in Northeast? I do not know whether it has been planned or not, but try to understand the next, as Panditji said, that 3 years back I have mentioned certain things and it is happening today. You can see that biodiversity related laws, biodiversity related compliances will be the next thing which is coming to India. And that is one of the reasons why Northeast might have been chosen, because this area is having that biodiversity related things. So if any factory is running here, I think the new biodiversity laws is something where you should train yourself. You should get yourself trained about. And please try to do partnerships. Don't think that you should do everything alone. Even if you are doing social impact assessment for any health project, don't try to do it alone. Try to get some consultant who is good in understanding the health perspective. If you are doing certain things, yes, you are good in regulations, you are good in compliances, but make a small team. Maybe you should work with one person who understands FPO, one person who understands health, one person who understands climate, one person who understands another part of business. And whenever those kind of projects come in, you should both go as a team and start doing it, right? One more advice I would like to give. CS, yes, it's a skill, but there is one more soft skill required to earn money in the market, and that is your sales skill. You should go to the companies, you should go to the new companies who are getting registered and tell them that why compliances are important for you. Don't tell them from the fear point of factor. No, that is, those ages are gone, okay? You have to tell them from a perspective that if you comply with these latest laws, you will become investable. And investors are looking for these laws. If you're taking money from an EU-based institution, right? I'm working with a German impact fund. If they are putting their money into India, the first thing which they want to understand is whether the company is investable in terms of efficiency, in terms of any other sustainability core principles. If you're doing that, you will be able to get business, you will be able to do something new in this area. I think I should be waiting for the question, and if any other thing is there.
Thank you very much, sir. So today's topic actually is expanding the horizon and leveraging various opportunities. So we are like deliberating or discussing only on 3 points, but there are many opportunities for company secretaries, and our visionary president has assessed it. तो कल ही हम लोगों ने एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग का प्रोग्राम शुरू करा, जिसमें हमारे मेंबर्स और स्टूडेंट्स को विल प्रोवाइड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट ट्रेनिंग बेसिकली इन द वेबिनार. तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ तो बहुत सारी हैं. आज हम लोग लेबर लॉ, ESG, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सर के साथ कंप्लायंस और ऑडिट पे डिलीब्रेशन कर रहे हैं, बट देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज. सो सर, विद योर परमिशन आई वुड लाइक टू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन. जीवन सर, so company secretary play an important role in the capital market, sir, and what responsibilities and recognition do they have in audit and compliances, and like how can they make the most of their role in the capital market system? Although we know like our members are doing audits and certification, but if you would like to mention any specific area where we need to give more focus with respect to capital markets, sir, kindly highlight those areas or points.
Right. Thank you so much. So, off the cuff, I would just say that brokers के audit होती हैं. So SEBI keeps issuing a lot of circulars for compliance, for that they have to do with respect to various provisions or any circulars that we issue. I think the company secretary, the profession or the CS should be watchful for what is the regulatory mindset. What is the principle that SEBI has articulated when it is implementing that law? So it's very critical for the CS to capture the mind of the regulator to see why he has brought that provision into that regulation in the first place. Unless you capture what he has said as the spirit, so while the words are written, the spirit has to be understood. So while every time we bring out a circular, we do articulate what is the principle behind it. The principle has to be understood and ingrained in that CS when he's writing out that compliance certificate or a compliance audit that he is trying to do. So brokers is now emerging to be a new field, and that's where we are now focusing. and you were part of the discussion that we are having, creating some kind of a syllabus for the company secretaries to understand the regulator's perspective or the regulator's mindset when you are doing. So our role is to see, our expectation is to see that the regulator sees the company secretary as the extended arm, as a whistleblower, and as well as a conscience keeper of that particular intermediary. So that is a very big shared responsibility that we have as far as the investor populace is concerned. So I think that is something that is a reasonable ask from a regulator, at least when it comes to an institute or the profession of company secretaries as such. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sonparate. Raviji, I have questions for you. But I must mention, I'm so impressed by your enthusiasm and energy. And someday, I wish to know the secret behind this. Is it labor law practice or what? So, like, first, before I ask you the question, I want the members also to know that ICSI President ICSI has taken the initiative and formed a task force, labor law task force this year, and I'm privileged to be the chairperson of that and privileged to have Raviji there. So we are really hoping to do a lot of work for our members. So that brings me to the question, actually, what are the critical compliances areas under the labor laws? You mentioned all the laws there, so if you could just sum it up, where expertise of company secretaries can add value, and how can CS leverage the technology-driven solutions to streamline labor law compliances, including platforms like the Shram Suvidha portal and EPFO ESIC automation?
Thank you for the interesting question, and it's a very relevant question for the company secretaries. Now, see, like I said, there are no dearth of laws in the country. And first of all, you should know the compliances which are relevant for your particular organization. Like if you're working in a factory, you should be fully conversant with Factories Act. Like I said earlier, if you're working in shop establishment with the act of the relevant state, and then the mines, plantation, working journalists, etc. I already spoke about it. Apart from this, you should have very in-depth knowledge of the social securities laws. For example, for PF, we have got the Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act 1952. And there are some hidden secrets in the law. If you read the PF scheme carefully, it says that you can merely deposit Provident Fund on just an amount of rupees 15,000. Of course, don't do it without legal advisory, but these are some of the provisions which can save a lot of money in your organizations. Then, under PF law itself, what happens if you've got casual, temporary, daily workers, contractual contract laborers working in your organization? Would you be responsible? And as company secretaries, it is you who has to maintain accurate, up-to-date records and also advise the board. So you should be aware of these provisions. Similarly, what happens when expats, international workers, international employees with whom we don't have, with the countries we don't have totalization agreements, comes and works in India, or an Indian comes and goes, works abroad? What happens in these circumstances? So these are some of the key things you must know as company secretaries. Now, looking into the Maternity Benefit Act, just a week back, I received a very peculiar query that the lady who has worked just for 6 months, she's on probation. Should she be given Maternity Benefit Act benefit? And if you give, then you get to create a deterrent in the organization. Similarly, for gratuity, we often get queries that while you have mentioned the word gratuity in the CTC, but a person has not completed 5 years of service. So have you promised and should you give gratuity in these circumstances? Then even going further, just very recently, like I said earlier also, a notification on 30th of May 2025 has come of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which makes it mandatory for the Board of Directors report to include compliances under the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, that how many cases have been there, how many continue beyond 90 days, how many reports have been given, and also about the Maternity Benefit Act compliances. Then similarly, as company secretaries, you must have great detailed knowledge of Contract Labor Regulation and Abolition Act of 1970, because we have so many contract laborers working in the country. They work for years together, and then they raise claims for regularization and pay parity, which runs into colossal liabilities. So it's very imperative for you to have the right knowledge so that you as company secretary are responsible for legal governance issues, for maintaining the records, for advising the board of directors, and likewise you can also become an instrument in the hands of government for spreading the right awareness and implementation of these laws. And technically, as you just said, that we have got the PF portal, the ESI portal, the Shram Suvidha portal. That's very important. It makes the compliances hurdle-less, hassle-free, transparent, and less faulty.
Thank you very much for that threadbare explanation for the role of the company secretary in labor laws. Now that naturally brings us to another question which I really must ask you, because our members are curious about the new labor codes that are coming. Yes. So like if you can just dwell upon these codes and tell us what will be our enhanced role in that, and a little about these codes.
Yes. It's a very, very important question. The codes have not yet been implemented. They are yet to see light of the day. However, there are going to be heaps of changes coming in the labor laws, and the work of company secretaries is going to grow. There's going to be loads of work for the company secretaries to do. In fact, many of the companies have already started restructuring their salary structures, because the new code says that not less than 50% of your CTC should be other allowances, and that PF, gratuity, etc. have to go on basic DA retaining allowance, which has to be minimum 50% of your CTC. The code also covers grey area by covering the gig workers, the platform workers from industries like Zomato, Swiggy, etc. If you see the current labor laws, if you read them deeply, even now the casual workers, daily workers are covered. But by mentioning gig workers and platform workers, they have been specifically covered. Now also, if you see it very carefully, the code says that the fixed term employees would be given gratuity on merely completion of 1 year of service if they quit. As of now, people employ fixed term workers because it's less costly to terminate them. So after the codes come into implementation, you will really need to see whether you should be having regular employees or more of fixed term. Then very interesting for company secretaries, the compliances will get easier. You will get a labor registration for 5 years by applying only once. It will be a central registration. Then right now, if you go and file appeals under PF, against PF orders, you need to deposit 75% of the amount ordered, and this can be reduced or waived. But with the coming of the new codes, the amount is only 25%. Then a huge change is going to be with respect to, Bollywood and Tollywood and movies, because a lot of debate is going about their working hours. So the new code uses the word audio visuals, which means that the current labor laws, which are only applicable to feature films, will be applicable to them as well. And then for Working Journalists Act also, the word would be electronic and digital, which means even industries like Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. would now have the applicability of labor laws. And then another last and a very important change would be that there would be inclusion of workers also in grievance redressal cell, which means that various workers' issues would now be dwelled upon by both the employers and the employee representatives. So we advise various companies to have your chosen employee in the grievance redressal committee and to start pampering your chosen employees to have an amicable industrial relations atmosphere in the organization. So a lot of work coming for company secretary if and whenever the labor codes gets implemented.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of information and very helpful. And yes, a lot of work and a lot of strategy going in there, and not just implemented. Hopefully, the government will also monitor the implementation closely, which will help bring that work to the platter of the company secretaries as well.
Very well said.
So thank you so much. And Suresh, if you'd like to
Yes,
take the next question.
So I would like to ask a question from Dr. Agya Tripathi. Sir, with the growing role of companies in India, we are aspiring to become third largest economy in the world. Like there is more focus on CSR. Like many companies are falling in the jurisdiction of CSR and they are spending. So how can a CS help to check whether CSR efforts are really making difference or on the ground or not? I want to know the role of CS as impact assessor with respect to CSR, and kindly throw some light also how can they play a role in guiding companies on ESG matters, because as a company secretary there are many opportunities in sustainability and ESG. Like as a company secretary you should draft the policies, you should implement the policies, you can do the audits also, and you can do the reporting also. So maximum professionals are focusing only on the reporting part. So kindly answer this question, sir.
Okay. So question is good, and I believe 5 years back, if you have asked this question, the answer was very bad. But today I can say that in past 5-6 years, and because of SEBI, because of new CSR laws, and because companies have now understood that CSR is not only about implementation or taking money and spending it into something, but now people are also asking about the impact assessment report. Still, I can say the impact assessment is not happening as it should have happened, or it should be reported in a way. But yes, still I can say that yes, there are places or there are gaps which should be improvised further. But one place where I'm always having some problem with the youngsters who are working in this area, that they either they take it as a checklist kind of thing, that okay, you tell me, sir, you tell me the 50 questions which I have to ask and then do the impact assessment. That is one wrong way to do it, right? And it is also the responsibility of somebody should take the responsibility in the society. Because previously when the CSR laws were made and then when those were like introduced in the companies, what happened in the company was that those who were taking care of the HR operations, they were given this responsibility of CSR, right? And they are trained on HR. They are trained on how to ensure that human resources are going good in the company. They know what is the training calendar, what kind of training it should have, and those aspects of HR. But as soon as they get the responsibility of CSR, the corporate social responsibility, which is more of a strategic responsibility and the image responsibility of the organization, that how you are impacting. This is not something which is only impacting within the organization. This is something which is going outside the organization. In past few years, I have seen some differences and some, I can say that gap filling is happening, but still you have to understand that one part is understanding the CSR laws, and the second part is like to see if you are an impact assessor, you should have a checklist. That is one part. But other than checklist, you should also, the flavor that whether the impact is happening or not should also be there. I can give you a small example. I was discussing with Jeevan sir just outside this room that I am working with one company based in Germany, and they are like working in 22 countries. They are mainly the dairy production company, right? And the kind of, and these countries are like US, North America, South America, Brazil, and a few countries from the western side and many countries from the eastern side of the world. So what was happening the day before yesterday when I was in meeting, so a question came in, and the question was that how do you assess in India, how do you assess the animal welfare, right? So the question is very, very simple, right? And if you see from a compliance point of view, then there are animal welfare related policies. If any company is working into that area, then you should be knowing those animal welfare policies. But the question which was asked, the second question which was asked by them was, what is the lying down period of the cattle? Lying down period of the cattle, okay? Now this is cattle comfortability index, CCI, which they call. Now this is very typical, right? And this is something which if a foreign institution is working in foreign country, then this is an easy question because they are capturing this data. But try to understand that if this foreign company is working in India, which rules do they follow? Are they following Indian rules or are they following the foreign rules? The problem is there are certain factors which are international rules right now. For example, the CSRD rules or SFDR rules or rules related to TCDF. All these three are different reporting patterns, but everything is aligned with GRI, which is a global reporting initiative. The point is, it might look that, okay, why I should answer this, but the problem is if the company is saying that I want to come in India and establish my dairy plants, then I want this answer, I want this matrix, I want this data. How to collect this data? Are we trained in collecting this data? A simple answer will be from many of you who are using ChatGPT is that, okay, I will see what is CI, what is CCI, what is something which I can do, or you can collect a report, copy and paste and then put it somewhere. The second problem which is going to come in front of you after few years, and still it is for the first 150 listed company, they are still facing the problem, which is called ESG assurance. Right now we are into limited assurance. Next year onwards, Jeevanji is there, he can tell you more about it. It is going to be replicated for all the 1,000 companies, all the top 1,000 companies. They have to do assurance on a mandatory basis. Right now it is compulsory for 150. Next year it is going to be compulsory for maybe 500, maybe 1,000. So the problem is, it's not like that you see a foreign regulation around it and then you leave it because it is not affecting you today. Because of the globalization, because of the investments coming from foreign countries in India, you have to follow a rule which says that the money, the origin of money, wherever it is, you have to follow those rules. So if the origin of money is in EU, you have to follow EU rules. If the origin of money is from Australia, you have to follow Australian rules. If the origin is from US, then you have to follow US related rules. Right now, yes, environmental policies are different, green audit is different, animal welfare, I have given you a small example. 2 days back, Basel Committee, which is like regulatory body for all the banks or all the banking regulatory bodies around the world, they have said that all banks have to report on climate disclosures, right? Now, with whom banks are working? Banks are working with you. Banks are working with a common people who is taking loans. Banks are also working with factories. So it means, how can banks say that, okay, my climate disclosure is not being affected by people who are taking loan from me, whether he is a single individual or whether it's a company. So they have to collect data from the company. They also have to collect data from the individual, that how are you going to use my data? If you are in a food business, are you making this food with the help of electricity? If this electricity is coming in your kitchen, whether this electricity is coming from the thermal power station or a hydropower station. In Bangalore, you can see the electricity bill will show you at the end that how much amount of electricity is coming from renewable and how much is coming from the non-renewable sources. We are in this arena. Don't think that, okay, maybe after 5 years it will come. No, you have to be proactive. You have to start learning some new things around it, and then only you can expect that, okay, after 5 years you can build a career around it. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. That was really, really great to know. So I have one last question for Mr. Santosh Jayaram. Traditionally, sustainability has not been considered as part of the responsibility of the company secretary, who are neck deep in compliance, doing the compliance. Now the government aims to promoting sustainable development while also making India greener and cleaner to achieve its climate goals. Now, what, in your opinion, can a company secretary, how a company secretary can encourage companies to adopt environmentally responsible practices and integrate sustainability into their business strategies? Now, the question is whether they can really do it, and if yes, then how?
Okay. So, just as Tripathi did, I'm going to ask for a show of hands again. Government of India came out with draft climate finance taxonomy recently. How many of you know? Okay. How many of you know what is a taxonomy is? Okay. So let me kind of give you a sense. EU came out with the climate finance taxonomy quite early, so it's operational. So we have just come out with the draft climate finance taxonomy. So the way it is going to be is in the same lines. Okay, so let me give you the EU way. They want every financial company to report. So taxonomy gives what is sustainable finance. So they give sectors, they give activities. These are activities which can qualify as sustainable finance. And every finance company in EU today has to report on what percentage of their business is sustainable finance and how much is not. Okay? Now it doesn't end with the finance company. Now it asks every company, now under the CSRD, what he said, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive under the EU, it is asking every company, not just in finance, every company, that they have to report how much of your capex is aligned to the taxonomy, how much of your OPEX is aligned to your taxonomy, and how much of your revenue is aligned to taxonomy. Now, this is a public information which is going to be put out there. And the moment a company puts out there, you can think definitely the media is going to take this information, make a chart, and show who is good, bad, and ugly. Now, you can sense in terms of how the whole regulatory regime is changing. And I'm telling you this because Tripathi ji and me, we all in the sustainability field, we came from we tried to push from sustainability professionals, we tried to push through standards. I've been part of the GRI committee and all those things. We tried to push voluntary standards, nothing helped. Okay, at the end of the day, now at least the regulatory push is happening, which is good in two ways. One, because when voluntary standards were there, the comparability was a bit of a challenge. So every company will report, and I can tell you, for example, a simple example, attrition. In India, I know I have consulted with most of the IT companies. The top 4 IT companies reporting on attrition. One would do a simple calculation, how many people left by number of employees at the end of the year. Second would say that no, number of people coming in and going out is different every month, so we do a weighted average. Now the third one would say that, 6 months, if anybody leaves within 6 months, we don't treat it as attrition. So now 3 data is available and you cannot compare it, right? So there is no, what is the fun of having reporting? At least in terms of regulation, now they define, they give a particular way of doing things. So I think that's one part of the regulation which is good. The second part, and I have to give the full credit to SEBI, is the XBRL. The XBRL formatting of the sustainability report, or the BRSR as we say. What XBRL does is very wonderful, because earlier when you look at the voluntary reporting space, you will find that very colorful reports, and we made a lot of money as consultants during that period. I can vouch on that. We were experts in making good looking company reports. Today that's not possible. The XBRL is a format where it's like in a particular cell they ask an information. If it is asking percentage, you can add only percentage. That's all. You cannot even put an asterisk and explain what it is. Not possible. It is just that number. What it does is it removes greenwashing. And I think these are some things which I really want and I will go back to what I said, is that some of these intentions behind are very important, as Jeevan sir also said. The reasons why these are coming in has an importance, and I really want the company secretaries to really understand the intent behind many of these things which are happening. Can I take 2 more minutes? Okay. I'll give one more example in terms of the CSR regulation in India. CSR regulation, I think Tripathi ji answered in terms of monitoring, evaluations, and impact reports and all those things. But let me tell you, is that how many of you really understand that this is one section among the multiple sections in a Companies Act? And the whole through of the Companies Act, what is Companies Act doing? Protecting the investor's wealth, right? And here is section 135, which is contradicting that. It is asking 2% of the profit to be spent on the community, which is otherwise dividend for the investor. Why did it come inside the Companies Act? When the whole of the Companies Act was about protecting the investor's wealth, why did CSR come into this? How many of the people have understood? It has come, it has become a compliance, people have gone about doing it. You need to realize when the committee sat to look into the Companies Act, one of the reasons why investors lost the money is that the companies lost the social contract. The Lanchigar, Tata Motors, you name n number of incidents where the investors lost the money because of either delay or shifting or the whole project was closed. There, the committee said that we need to have some checks and balances. We need to improve the social contract between the company as well as the community. And that is where, if you read carefully the section 135, it says, spend the 2% preferably in the local area. The local term is very important over there. We have lost that. 10 years down the line, nobody understands it. Somebody says is that, yeah, the government of India has a scheme, let's put it into that scheme. Or somebody will say that, the company founder's mother-in-law is from a particular village, so let us fund some projects over there. No, the whole purpose of CSR, the intent behind it, sometimes going back into the history and understanding that the intent behind many of these regulations, especially when it comes to sustainability, is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think if there is any question, just maybe one question from the audience. If not, maybe we can conclude it. We have had a lovely discussion already.
Yes.
Is there a question?
I think lunch का इंतजार कर रहे हैं सब लोग. So this was very interesting session. और जैसे कि मैंने पहले भी बोला कि we are only discussing 3 topics here, but there are lot of opportunities for the company secretary. जैसे अज्ञे सर ने अभी बोला कि he has mentioned about the biodiversity in the north east. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो मेंबर्स असम में या नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट्स में काम कर रहे हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल सिक्किम, तो सिक्किम हमारे देश का पहला ऐसा स्टेट है जहाँ पे उन्होंने ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर को अडॉप्ट किया. और आज के टाइम में अगर सिक्किम में कोई भी अनाज या कोई भी सब्जी पैदा होती है तो दे आर नॉट यूजिंग एनी पेस्टिसाइड, सो दे आर यूजिंग ओनली ऑर्गेनिक थिंग्स. तो ऐसे मेंबर्स हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से निकल के आए जो इन अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ को ग्रैब करें कि अगर किसी किसान का कोई या किसी फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का कोई प्रोडक्ट आता है तो उसको ऑर्गेनिक लाइसेंसेस कैसे मिलेंगे, क्योंकि ये गाइड करने के लिए बहुत कम लोग हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट से एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी हो सकती है कि हम लोग फूड प्रोसेसिंग में कैसे सेटअप करा सकते हैं. जो सरकार से मिलने वाली बहुत सारी सब्सिडीज़ हैं उनको कैसे लोगों तक पहुंचा सकते हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बहुत हैं, कॉर्पोरेट लॉ से लेकर के पंचायत गवर्नेंस तक और सेबी LODR से लेकर के जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री तक. तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ तो बहुत हैं, बट ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए कि हम उसको कैसे फाइंड आउट करेंगे और कैसे उसको आगे लेके चलेंगे. लेकिन हमने ये असेस किया कि जो भी प्रोफेशनल्स आगे बढ़े हैं उन्होंने जब तक अपने आप को डाइवर्सिफाई नहीं किया वो आगे नहीं बढ़ पाए. एंड ESG and sustainability is a future for company secretaries, and we are also supporting our members. So on behalf of all the participants who are present over here and more than 3,500 members who have joined online, and on behalf of ICSI, I would like to express my gratitude of thanks to all the panelists. And although they are stalwarts in their industry, तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. You have spared your valuable time for our members, and thank you so much. Thank you very much. So Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai ICSI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a thought-enriching session that shed light on numerous practical and emerging opportunities in the professional space. I now request CSB Narasimhan, immediate former President ICSI, to please come on the dais and present a memento to chair of the session, Mr. Jeevan Son Parote, Executive Director, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Big round of applause, please. I now request CS Savita Tamuli to please come on the dais and present a memento to our learned panelist, Ms. Ravi Birbal, Advocate, Supreme Court and Delhi High Court, and Member Governing Council, ICSI International ADR Center. A big round of applause, please. I now request CS Anjan Talukdar to please come on the dais and present a memento to our proficient panelist, Dr. Agay Tripathi, Deputy Director, Consulting Agents for Impact. Big round of applause, please. I now request CS Ajay Kumar to please come on the dais and present a memento to our proficient panelist, Mr. Santosh Jayaram, Adjunct Professor of Practice, School of Sustainable Futures, Amrit Vishwas Vidyapeetham. I request CS Anil Jain to please come on the dais to present a memento to our proficient panelist, Mr. Santosh Jayaram, Adjunct Professor of Practice, School of Sustainable Futures, Amrit Vishwa Vidyapeetham. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, esteemed speakers, for sharing your expertise with us. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite CS Ashish Mohan, Secretary ICSI, for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Navneet. Again, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. So we are at the final phase of the 26th National Conference of Practicing Company Secretaries. We had 2 great days of deliberation. Yesterday, our inaugural session, we were blessed to have the Honorable Governor of Assam, Shri Lakshman Prasad Acharya, to inaugurate the conference. Then we followed it up with the first technical session on secretarial audit and annual secretarial compliance. Then the second technical sessions after that was on opportunities under taxation regime. Then we had the cultural evening yesterday evening, but prior to that we had the Honorable Member of Lok Sabha, Shri Dilip Saikia, with us. We also had the blessings of Shri Bhuvneshwar Kalita, Honorable Member of the Rajya Sabha, and which was followed by the cultural program yesterday. Today morning, we had the occasion of meeting the entire council members along with yours truly in the open house session, where the President ICSI addressed all the queries, and he also addressed the initiatives which the ICSI has taken in this year in particular. We then moved on to the third technical session on alternative dispute resolution, and finally we had the fourth technical session on expanding horizon, leveraging various opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, in all these panel discussions, we had great deliberations, and I thank on behalf of the ICSI, the entire the panelists and the chair who have taken their valuable time in addressing all of us. and there is a lot of things for us to take back home from the members' perspective as well as from the institute's perspective also. Especially, I have marked some of the very important, relevant points which may require policy intervention even at the government level. So I have noted down some of the points, and similarly from the members' point of view, from the practicing side point of view, I am sure there is a lot of value addition which has happened to all of you, and there is something for all of you to take back home. This program, I would also like to mention that we must acknowledge the support we have been given by our sponsors, Numaligarh Refinery Limited, UCO Bank, Boardpack Private Limited, Taxman Publications Private Limited. I thank the sponsors. I also would like to put on record a special mention for the hospitality provided by Vivanta Guwahati. Thank Mr. Himanshu for providing the entire technical support. I thank the entire team ICSI, the very, very dedicated and motivated employees from HQ and the region and the Guwahati chapter whose support has been incredible for making sure this conference has ended into a grand successful one. I also place on record a special thanks to the entire leadership team led by our respected President C.S. Dhananjay Shukla ji. A big round of applause to the entire council team, C.S. Pawan Chandak ji here, and the entire council members whose support has been incredible throughout this journey. I thank special thanks to Mr. Navneet and Geetanjali for navigating 2 days excellently well. And last but not the least, I thank all of you delegates who are present here physically as well as virtually. You have made this show a grand success. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciating the contribution of volunteers in the successful conduct of this national conference, certificate is to be conferred to each one of them. For felicitation, I would like to invite President sir, Vice President sir, and Secretary sir, and one by one I will be taking name of the volunteers. So I start from Tushar Sharma.
सेक्रेटरी साहब जब वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दे रहे थे तो उन्होंने सबका नाम लिया, लेकिन कुछ नाम उन्होंने नहीं लिया क्योंकि संभवतः ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूशनल कोई कॉल होगा, और वो नाम हैं हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट के जो है एम्प्लॉइज। मैं प्रीति जी को, गीतांजलि जी, सोनू, सबको बोलूँगा, सारे सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ, सभी एचओडी की एक बार मंच पे आ जाएं। अलका जी, तो मैं प्रीति जी, अलका जी और आशीष मोहन जी के लिए, पूरी टीम के लिए, ये लोग वैसे बैकबोन हैं जो दिखाई नहीं पड़ते लेकिन सब कुछ उन्हीं पे कायम है। तो मुझे एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत शेर याद आया अपने इन ऑफिशियल्स के लिए कि किसी शायर ने कहा कि दिखाई नहीं दिया करते हैं बुनियाद के पत्थर। गौर से सुनिएगा और जहाँ ज़रूरत हो ताली भी बजाइएगा। दिखाई नहीं दिया करते हैं बुनियाद के पत्थर, जमी में जो दब गए इमारत उन्हीं पे कायम है। तो ए बिग राउंड ऑफ अपलॉज फॉर अलका, द लेडी हु spearheaded the entire show, meticulously managed everything, and so as Preeti for managing the entire show from the corporate communication front under the leadership of Sri Ashish Mohan ji। और मैं ये जितने हमारे बुनियाद के पत्थर यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, मैं सबका अपनी ओर से एक बार चेहरा दिखाते जाओ, मैं नाम लेता जाऊँ। गणेश, हाँ, गणेश के बगैर तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता। हिमांशु, विनीत, देन सोनू, गीतांजलि, दिशा, संजीत जी, हिमांशु जी, अलका जी, प्रीति जी, ठीक है ना। तो इन लोगों ने जितना काम किया है और इनके कामों की जितनी तारीफ किया जाए। नवनीत, ठीक है ना। तो एक बार जरा जोरदार ताली बजाइए इन सभी के लिए। हाँ, डोगरा जी कहाँ हैं? वेयर इज मिस्टर डोगरा? करतार चंद, करतार, वीरेंद्र, जितने भी लोग आए, अच्छा मुझे माफ करिएगा अगर मैं कोई नाम भूल जाऊं, तो सामूहिक में धन्यवाद दे रहा हूं। और गुवाहाटी के भी 2 ऑफिशियल से कहाँ हैं, आइए, वहां क्यों खड़े हैं? अरे बप्पी लाइडी है ना आप, आइए आइए बप्पी लाइडी जी। तो एक बार ऐसी जोरदार ताली बजाई कि एकदम बिल्कुल हॉल में गड़गड़ाहट हो जाए तालियों की इन ऑफिशियल्स के लिए। मजा नहीं आया आपकी तालियों से। घोषाल जी कहाँ हैं? मिस्टर घोषाल, all the officials from the institute in the organization of this 26th National PCS Conference in any manner, visible, invisible. ठीक है, तो बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए। आपने जो इतनी कुशलता से इस कार्यक्रम का की रचना की, संचालन किया, अब हम समापन सत्र में हैं, ऐसे ही अच्छा काम करते रहिएगा। संस्थान की लीडरशिप आपके साथ खड़ी है। वीपी सर,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी ऑफिशियल्स का, और ऑफिशियल्स के साथ में जो प्रेसिडेंट सर ने लीड फ्रॉम द फ्रंट किया है, और ईस्ट के सभी गुवाहाटी नॉर्थ ईस्ट चैप्टर के सब पदाधिकारी, सब मेंबर्स, जिन्होंने इतने बड़े संख्या में ये पीसीएस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सक्सेसफुल करने के लिए जो भी अथक प्रयत्न किए हैं, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। EIRC के चेयरमैन एंड मैनेजिंग कमिटी मेंबर्स, बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने पूरा प्रोग्राम किया है, जिसमें रूपंजना जी और संदीप जी भी काबिले तारीफ परफॉर्मेंस इन्होंने दिया है। तो हम सभी के लिए बहुत बहुत, आप सभी लोग प्लीज़ ऊपर आइए, ग्रुप फोटो लेंगे। कबीर जी आ जाइए।
कबीर, नाम कम।
मनीष सर,
मनीष भाई कहाँ है? मनीष, मनीष,
मनीष सर
ऐसे थोड़े जाने देंगे, काम कम।
आइए। मिश्रा सर
आइए। हाँ बैठ जाते, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, आपका आदेश शायद बैठना ही पड़ेगा।